All right, welcome back to the channel. We are here with a very special broadcast for a special guest, my friend Bezos, also known as Bezos,
That's
who is
right.
going to share his new watch with us. I think we will end up continuing the conversation and talking watches, with our horology after dark crowd after a little bit. But at least for the first hour, Basil is at our spotlight. He has a new watch, a new fun summer watch to share with us. And maybe, we'll go from there to see what else he has in store. How you been, Basil?
I've been well. I've been keeping busy, just enjoying the summer months, and living in an area where summer is fun when you have things to do and things to walk to, and when it's not raining, which seems to be kind of in every weekend occurrence. It's been actually pretty great, so can't complain. How about yourself?
Honestly, I'm jealous of you. I mean, I again at this time of the year, I do love Los Angeles, but I sometimes long to be on the East Coast. We have had this exchange a couple of times already, but especially as we are heading to the fall, I'm getting more and more envious with that expectation, because it's really beautiful on certain parts of the East Coast and New England. Yeah, it must be nice.
Yeah, no, just kind of ramping up to that time of year. It comes and goes pretty quick, but if you have a chance of taking the foliage and those cool mornings and mild middays, it's actually a great time of year here for sure.
Yeah. And again, I think I told you, right? I spent an entire summer in Providence. And it
Yeah,
was
that's right.
it was really amazing. Um so and I think my favorite coffee shop is open again because they were closed like for a couple of years because of the whole Coco 19 craze. What was it called? Coffee Exchange, I want to say.
It was an exchange or connection.
One or the other.
Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar. Actually, both actually kind of ring a bell. In Providence and in Greater Providence, there's a nice selection, honestly, of little coffee houses and places to chill. And
Yeah.
yeah, you really can't go wrong.
No, I mean it's a great college town to begin with. It's also, I think, probably within that sphere, it might, for most people, for most outsiders, might be in the shadow of Boston. But it's a great city and great environs in general. I mean, Rhode Island is really a gem. I love it personally.
Yeah, no, it's definitely I have that Southern New England bias. So I'm Providence through and through, and technically now I'm a little bit north of Providence in Worcester, but Providence is a place I almost literally grew up in and spend a lot of my time still just being the family down there. So really, we're just a 146 shot away from each other, and Boston's just a Route 90 shot from me. Really easy.
I I want to say the whole fire festival, water fire, I think you guys call it. Is it
Water Fire
happening
in
around this
Providence.
time of
Yeah.
the year?
Yes,
Yeah,
they actually do. They alternating weekends. They will actually light
uh,
up the Providence River, and lots of folks come out and just kind of take in the sights and atmosphere, and it's a lot of fun. It's pretty cool. Even just as you're a resident, you kind of just embrace it as it is. It's like you're kind of like it's already kind of in your neighborhood, and just getting out, walking around. Just such a kind of a cool way to kind of just kind of get people together and just kind of have a nice visual like right on the water. It's really neat. So they've
it's
been doing it
amazing.
for a long time. A big part of the renaissance of Providence that kind of happened in that late 90s, early 2000s was actually revamping the waterways around the city, and as far as like dredging it out and getting water going certain ways, and a water fire was kind of introduced as a
Mm.
a way to kind of just kind of like celebrate all the hard work that kind of went into making that visual, and that kind of waterscape be kind of part of the community. So it's good stuff.
And well deserved. I mean, I'm not gonna, raise the specters of some other city, but you know, people go crazy when they see these sorts of cities and canals and rivers and waterways, when it's in Europe, right?
Hmm.
Whereas you have it right. I mean, if you're on the East Coast, if you're somewhere in New England, you really owe it to yourself to just, you know, catch the train if you want,
For sure,
and
for
get
sure.
get to
Just
Providence and take in that beautiful um, city. I mean, it's really a hidden gem.
and not only Providence, but really just a shot away, you have Newport. So turning,
That's true.
turning into a weekend endeavor of just visiting Newport in the summer, seeing some mansions and some shopping, and Providence with, all the sights and, entertainment in town. It can make for a fun time.
And a lot of walking around. Again, the cities are both very amenable. You can get your steps in, enjoy the weather, enjoy yourself. And you can, unlike Los Angeles, you will actually see people, human activity. When you're walking here, it's mostly dead in most part of the city. So it's great to be around that. Well, um, Robert is in the chat. Nice to see you, Robert. Feel free to jump on if you would like. I think it might be a brand that you really like and have warm, fuzzy feelings towards. So that could be a thing. What what have you been eyeing these days, Basil? Was this something that you had your heart set on for a while, or was it more or less impulsive?
You know, it was kind of a watch that I had an eye on. When it's a watch that was recently announced and released, and I saw it as a potential future acquisition. I tend to be a little bit wise with how I spend money, and kind of knowing the market and kind of looking ahead a little. I just wanted to give this particular piece a little moment in the sun to see, as maybe good condition pre-owned, or new items that were, maybe store overstock would be sold at a discounted price, would present themselves. And my patience actually did pay out, because I did very well in my purchase. I was probably around, granted, this isn't a high ticket piece, but I was around 30% off the price. So, and it was also, it's it was a piece that was bought and owned for roughly a month, but it's completely mint. It was partially stickered, so it didn't really spend a whole lot of time in someone's collection, whether it be a piece that somebody didn't connect with, a gift, or just simply a piece of relationship building within an authorized dealer setting. It may have been that. But sure enough, it's in my possession. I've had it for a few days. I've teased it a little bit online, but I haven't fully announced it. And I really like, it's honestly, I didn't think I'd be as excited about it as I am. So I feel really good about this purchase. So it's been really nice.
Honestly, I talked a little bit about that piece in at JJ's Watch Hangout,
I do
when it was
remember.
first announced, and
Yeah.
I actually like it. I think it's one of the fun pieces. Of course, within that particular brand, there is a product line that has been quite hot for maybe a little more than a year now.
That's right.
So maybe this particular watch may stay under the radar for quite some time, or a little while longer. But I think, when it hits, it can hit because, again, it's a very affordable piece. It's a very fun piece. From a design perspective, it offers something new. From a material perspective, it offers something new, something different, let's say. Hi, Robert.
All right, you got me.
Welcome,
You got
Robert.
my curiosity going here.
All right.
Okay. Do you want
So
to take a few stabs? Do you want to take a guess or
Please.
something, Robert?
Keep talking, Brando. It'll give me some more hints.
So we said we talked about this at JJ's Watch Hangout when I happened to be on the panel. It's Basil already revealed to us that it's a relatively recent release. Let's say this summer as a timeline. The case material offers something relatively unique, something that you don't see every day. And the last thing I can say, it's rather colorful, so makes I think fits that theme of a summer watch pretty well.
I'm just thinking about what the case material could be.
When we say this, I think you'll be left with 2 or 3 choices, so that's a little too much of a hint.
Yeah. Came out this summer.
Maybe you had something.
Man, I don't know.
Maybe Robert, you had your eye on something, and it might align with that. Do you want to? Were you looking at anything like in that range, like less than $1,000? Something to play around with, spend some time with, something that was a little out of the box, pushing the envelope a little bit.
That's like 90% of my damn collection.
I know because they follow you online.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, that's like 90% of my collection. Boy, I'm just drawing a freaking blank. I guess I haven't got enough sleep. Well, I never get enough sleep.
That's fair.
I mean,
but yeah, I'm just drawing a complete blank.
That's okay. I guess Basil, we might, we might as well. And I always appreciate you sharing these with us and doing it on my channel. I really cherish that. And I also, I have to say, it's usually me sending links out to people, letting them know that there's a deal here, deal there. Basil always shares links with me, sometimes just to ask, what I think, but a lot of times also just, for the sake of, other people or even me, or just for conversation as well. Here's something that came across my way, and maybe someone in the community would be interested. So I always appreciate Basil for that reason as well. Well, let's see. Basil, Neo says hello, humanity.
Hello, Neo.
Nice to see you, Neo. So let's take a look, Basil. We don't have to.
Without further ado.
Yeah, let's see it. Let me. Thank you, Neo. We love you too.
This is a piece that a lot of people were kind of talking about, but I'm not sure if I've actually seen anybody do an unboxing for this particular style. So I'm gonna give a little bit away.
Ah, very good. Okay, I think I know what it is now.
It's not a PRX.
No, it's not a PRX. I know what it is, but go ahead, open it, because I don't want to spoil it.
Because everybody
know what it is.
About the PRX.
I may know what it is.
You may not know the color, at least. So.
Oh, that's my favorite one.
Sweet.
Great.
Well, yeah, this is the one. Really just waiting for the right deal and price and condition. And I, once I was 30, a little actually under 30% into retail, I said, yep, time to do it.
Yeah, and that's where it should be, because I think the retail is a little overpriced.
It's $1,000. I mean, once you get this watch on your wrist, though, you kind of start to get, really, if you're looking for a forged carbon watch for $1,000, it feels like $1,000 watch. It feels, it really just hits well. So it's hard to see. So in a lot of the pictures, the carbon looks very woven. In real life, it's really not that woven. It has like a little bit of trying to just get it to not focus on me. I've seen other people do the face block to not focus, but it's not working for me, of course.
So move your head a little bit back and put your arm a little bit
forward.
straighter out.
This is
put
like
put your hand right behind the watch.
Right behind the watch,
like
kind of like that.
Pinning the tail on the donkey. Almost. Almost.
Rookie time.
This is better. It's better. So this is the Tissot side roll in yellow, priced about $1,000, like Robert and Basil was saying, at retail, $9.95 if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. Yep. So that would be its traditional retail if you walked into any Tissot authorized location. So what we have is it's a PVD, just coated bezel, sapphire crystal. The lume is insane on the dial, like really, really, really impressive.
I love that because all the colors light up.
It really lights up. Like it's like you don't even really have to charge it crazy too to get that kind of lume out of it. And then it's like a stainless, like for the ring, like right between the ring, the bezel, and the ring is between the bezel and the case. It's it's like a stainless steel, real nice click. It has a nice grip to it, not a lot of back play. Strap it's like butter, and it really holds when you cinch it down. So you have like a 2-prong. So you have a prong over here, which catches when you send it through. You also have a prong over here on the bottom. So the two kind of mate with the center holes, and you just kind of line it up to obviously where you want your fit to be. And it's see if we can get that close. To push it in, you just it gives like a little resistance, obviously, but it's like pretty smooth. And I know they've done a real lot of like research and development for the integrity of the rubber, just to make sure that things weren't stretching out and failing over time. And supposedly it was pretty good. I know Apple has been kind of doing similar style straps with their sports strap, but if you go back into the archives, the original watch actually was a fiberglass watch and had a very similar strap to it. I'm not sure if the material, I've seen a lot of different materials that they utilized, but as far as it being like a perforated setup with kind of like a kind of a clasp was the main takeaway. And yeah, it's really just a fun watch. Just something you could just slap on and go, and you have that Powermatic 80 hour. So if you give it a day or two rest, you're gonna be pretty much on point with setting it. So really cool watch. And
I like a lot of what you said about it as well, because it did look pretty handsome in the pictures already. It does look like it doesn't really have this sort of distinct marbled texture.
Correct. Yeah, it's a little bit more reserved, and I wish I had a better front-facing camera, but it's a little more reserved than that marbled look. But the lume does actually show as advertised, which it's actually quite nice. I almost like for that kind of lume, it really kind of almost gives you like almost like like a Zenith vibe with the Defy line, where you're getting like a carbon, you're getting a little loom, just something. But that's a little fraction of the price. So,
By the way, just on his way out, Neo sent a super sticker that says "Yippee" for $9.99. Thank you so much. I need to take a call, but I'll watch this tomorrow. That's so sweet. Makes me think Tritium. And Jake Brooks says, I like the yellow. It's fun. It would go nice with a yellow Jordan 4. That's an
that I
interesting
can
thought.
actually picture that yellow, black and yellow colorway Jordan. So, yeah, it does go with you got to be kind of mindful. Like if I've been wearing it with more like my neutral colors and having that yellow as my pop. However, Tissot has a real lot of strap options online. It's the same OEM style strap, but in various colors from the ones that are seated with the actual watch. But then they also offer just a solid black. There's also a green, I believe, and there's an orange, which to me doesn't really play in as well because there's not. I don't believe any of the watches actually have any.
Yeah, I was going to say
orange
there's
built into it.
no orange colorway
Exactly.
or anything to play off that orange.
Yeah, it kind of just. I mean, it's the and it may even be a teaser for in a style to come, perhaps. Who knows?
Could be.
But for me, I could see almost all the colors working quite well. Just being that you can find, I have a yellow, ring for the seconds, but I also have a little green and a little red. So those two colors would play kind of nice into matching, and then black just kind of gives you a little more of a stealth kind of look if you're kind of toning it down a hair.
Right.
But
Yeah. The black gives you more of a, because it matches the black on the carbon case. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. It's actually oddly enough, or kind of fun enough. I was when I bought the watch, it was actually like some little freebies were thrown in. So this is a Cuda strap.
Oh, that's
It's a
nice
thicker strap, but it actually didn't fit that bad. I out of the blue, I probably wouldn't have picked this particular strap to slap on, but it fit pretty well. It is a little stiff, but
yeah,
it was
that's really thick though. That's all, but that's cool,
is, right? Like I just didn't think that. Like if you just looked at the watch, see if I can kind of nestle in, but like this to compare to this, like it's I'm doing a terrible job here. But
yeah, the black would look good on there.
Yeah, the black matches well. It is a little of a thicker and stiffer case, but it really does play nice. It's funny too because it has that little vanilla smell that some rubbers. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a Chopard watch that had.
Yeah, that's right. You're absolutely right. Had the vanilla
it
smell.
has that smell, which
Right.
is kind of it's kind of interesting, And you know what? That's not even the only little freebie I got. Check this out. It's like a kind of like a little no-name brand, but carbon fiber.
Oh wow!
Bracelet. So that just came. Yeah.
Now that's cool.
I mean, I'm happy with the straps. To be fair, but hey, they were throwing things at me to buy the watch on special. So what could I say? All right.
That is very cool. I also
got this. It's a Cuda strap that was incorporated with my sale. So, cool. But yeah, showing Robert. But yeah, they threw in 2 straps with it for that price. It's quite impressive.
So the big question is now that you've got a regatta timer watch, are you getting a sailboat?
You know what? I was brought up in the Ocean State, so it'd be actually quite fitting.
Yeah.
I could probably get a smaller vessel, I'm sure, if I play my cards right. I can get that on my folks have access to a small little saltwater pond during this time of year, so I might have to time my laps and get up and down the waterway.
Like a like a little dinghy. No,
Yeah.
I love these actually. It's like it's there are certain things that, as much as I enjoy the implication of luxury and whatever, it seems a little too much, too ostentatious for me. I'd rather just get a dinghy and
Right.
Yeah.
crank it up.
Just and you're pretty, a dinghy. You're not going to worry about dinging it, right? That's kind of the point.
It's already dinghied.
Exactly, right.
It's
You
not a
can't
Riva. It's
add
not a
to the
Riva
dinghy.
boat, right?
Just get one of them aluminum boats with a trolling motor. You'll have it all.
There we go. Yeah, if I get
Perfect.
tired rowing, just fire that baby up and
Yeah,
off I
and
go.
go a whopping 1 mile an hour.
JB was wondering about the exhibition case back.
Yeah, it's pretty basic. I wish again I had a better camera. But as far as the exhibition, it is signed Tudor, as you'd expect.
Tissot, you mean?
Tissot, yeah.
Tissot, the other tea company.
Yeah, you wish it was a Tudor.
Yeah, right.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. But yeah, it's just the basic. There's probably some better pictures to really see online.
It's Powermatic 80.
Exactly. Yeah. And I know there's different variations of the Powermatic 80. I believe this is kind of their starting point with the movement, to be fair. I think in some of the other Tissot models, they might even incorporate like a little fancier variation of it. But
yeah, the gentleman's got the step up like over the PRX, and I think that's probably the same version that's in the PRX.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think for the most part, the grades of ETA mostly relate to the finishing, so it doesn't make much of a difference in terms of
performance. You'll get your 80 hours of
your 80 hours, and the timekeeping part is going to be about the same.
Yeah, they can always be better regulated, I guess, but I'm not sure if the grades of the same caliber necessarily imply that within the Swatch Group.
Yeah, to fine it to seconds, right?
Yeah,
I think that there are a lot of I can see where JB is coming from when he says, like, I wish they just had a closed case back or anodized or similarly treated the movements. Besides the price point, I think a lot of brands at even up to 1,500 have taken similar shortcuts. I mean, a lot of times when you use experimental material, it's almost always still complemented by either a stainless steel case back, titanium case back, whatever it is. Even if it were solid, I'm sure it wouldn't have been forged carbon, at least not at this price point at any rate.
Correct. Yeah.
You remember the Zodiac Super Sea Wolves in ceramic, which are essentially a cap over the stainless steel case, and in the black ceramic version, it's a DLC treated case, so it does mesh a little better. But at the end of the day, I think when it's strapped on your wrist, no one is wiser for it, if that's a concern for you. For me, I don't necessarily mind those small imperfections, especially at the price point. I think it looks great. I love the timing bezel that is calibrated for those last 10 minutes, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 fashion. And I think, honestly, if I were to buy it, I wouldn't certainly get the blue. I would have either gone with the yellow and the red as well. It's a little bit of something different. Blue sports watch is a little bit played out, let's say.
Yeah,
it's all over the place.
They do a little something different with the blue. They actually kind of weave a blue color into the actual case itself. So it kind of actually does have kind of like the blue striping. For me, it was almost it's it's a little much. I as far as I like the watch for what it is, and I think it's just adding a little bit too much to something that I feel is kind of fine as is, to be fair, just as a more of a natural look with the carbon. Another thing too, as we mentioned, I was actually shocked. It's 300 meters of water resistance, which is, I think really good. I actually wasn't expecting that. I was expecting maybe that 100 to 200 mark, but it's rated really high. So, pretty
Again,
impressive.
for that you would probably need the stainless steel case back anyway.
That's what I was thinking, right? I was surprised that, maybe they almost were kind of like testing it with a stainless steel to get like the full max to actually achieve that, but with a actual glass back, that does kind of make sense.
Yeah, but I mean, Omega does it with their Diver 300s. They have a lot of those have exhibition case backs, and they still get 300 meters.
Yeah.
So
no, I mean,
tough.
I don't think. What I mean is, I don't think that they could have made under $1,000 a full forged carbon case with some sort of construction at 300-meter water resistance. I don't think
right to kind of marry everything together.
No, I mean Tag Heuer does one, but they're $4,000, $5,000.
Yeah, it gets it is such a bang for the buck, and some of the ratings, with 300 and I thought like with a clear case back for that price, was kind of impressive. It almost seems like it overshot, but typically the companies are assuming you're not going to go 300 meters under the water with it. So
no, but it's great when you're out and fall off your dinghy, you can.
Oh, in that case,
worry about the watch.
If I'm like
watch will be just fine.
If I'm in like 5 feet, which is about here,
yeah,
I will be fine. I'll be wet, but I will be safe and sound as far as my purchase and my timekeeping. So,
no, I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's really about pressure testing. So it's we might never go down, down the water, even dive at the deep end of the pool. But it is, it does put your mind at ease. Technically, 30 meters should be enough for most forms of daily use. If it's just about washing your hands, like me fixing the 3 threads of hair you have still on your head, something like that. Anything does fine. But obviously, for a sports watch, it does give you, it puts you in a certain mindset, I guess, and it frees you up in a certain way. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to worry if it gets immersed in the water. If you are taking a shower with it, if you are, jumping into the pool with it, if you're in a jacuzzi or something, you don't have to worry about it.
It's, better that it's over engineered for the average person to kind of live worry free. Just screw down the crown and off you go.
Whiskey Reaper is here. I see you, Whiskey Reaper. I see you. And Alireza says, I need at least 300 meters in case I drop my fork into my fa. That's interesting. That's a big boy. That's a big boy bowl, I think.
Yeah.
Bowl, right. Yep. Basically like a family-sized pasta bowl, but for your foe.
Let's just hope it's heat resistant too.
Yeah. Goddamn fa. I see you. Alireza says, Basil, why do you always look like you have a hooker going on here?
Just, I don't know, man.
Do you Robert would certainly not remember this, but Basil's might. When I first joined these streams, I was actually tuning in from an iPad with a cracked screen, which had also affected the camera too. So it would, like, look all foggy, blurry, whatever, like, as if I'm getting some schwitz on in a sauna or something like that. So
You need to wipe it down, wipe the camera down.
let's see. No, that's not
The
it.
thing is just roll up. Very, very bad resolution. Just an
No,
old.
it's the
very
vibes,
old.
man. You're too relaxed. You're smoking something, so don't hide it.
Just keep it low key. As long as the fire sprinkler system doesn't go off on me, I'll be straight.
Yeah, you and me both. That damn
Honestly,
sprinkler system.
we don't want to test the water.
Hey, but you would be fine because it's 300 meters, so you'd be fine if the sprinklers did go off.
I would be fine. I'd just be uncomfortable, and I'd probably be up later than I'd want. So I'd have to I'd have like some weird company probably here too if something like that was going on. I'm sure, being a renter, so you know how it is.
Yep, me too. Actually, all three of us are renters.
And how does it wear, Basil? I mean, in terms of the proportions, in terms of the contours of the case, how is the wearing experience on a
pretty nice? It's 41 millimeters, and it wears the lugs the way the lugs are, because your strap's pretty integrated to the case. You don't have a lot in addition to the size of the watch. So just to kind of slap it on real quick, I'm about just under a 7-inch wrist, and it's pretty good. I don't really have any overhang. It's just like there and there on my wrist, and the thickness it's not too tall. I mean, you have a little bit of the strap does wrap pretty nice because it's so flexible. If you're gonna really kind of split hairs, you have a little bit of a gap here, but it's spot on.
But there's no real lug to lug on that watch either. So.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like literally, it's like the case. It just ends, and that you're dropping right down with your strap.
Yeah.
So,
and I kind of like that, actually. I mean, I like the case design on that watch, and I hadn't actually paid attention to how they made that loop for the bracelet, which I feel like helps it sit really nice and tight without cinching, without grabbing too hard on your wrist either.
Yeah, the way the holes are spread out too, it's like just enough so it's like when you're adjusting your strap, it's not like bumping you up like much or down much. It like you can kind of like really pinpoint it if you play around and just get the right fit, or if you just need just a little more, give at the end of the day, you can just kind of release a pin and just kind of pop it in a little further back, and you're usually pretty golden.
Yeah, it looks easily adjustable. So, when you're on your dinghy in winter up there in your wetsuit, you can fit it right over that wetsuit.
Exactly. Yeah. I could slap it on if I'm going, hardcore, put it right on.
I could stay with this crap all night, Brando. I can think up this stuff.
It comes, late night, you just the mind just kind of rolls with it,
Oh, that's where my mind is all the time.
Just on. I get it.
The holes also, I think, probably serve as nice perforation as well, I'm assuming, right?
So it does. It's a very airy feel. It just kind of adds to like the weightness. So, you're shaving off some ounces with the case, and you have a nice light strap, and you're golden.
Ali, how are you doing, man?
What's up?
Welcome.
I'm not bad. Congratulations, Bezos.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, God, man, I'm just dying for some new watches.
Yeah, right. You need something. You need to get something.
Now what I'm doing, I'm justifying like randomly buying ridiculous watches like the Coke G-Shock, and I wear it once and then give it to my daughter. Like I'm just gonna do that for a little while. She's gonna have a 762 watch collection, like really soon.
Does she like it?
Yeah, she loves it.
Because I thought it looked great on you on the stream earlier today. I like that
she
watch.
will love it. She hasn't seen it yet. She'll see it tomorrow. She loves it.
Yeah, that's the one.
You got a new G-Shock?
I bought both of the G-Shocks, the Coca-Cola G-Shocks. You saw one of them on Instagram with the Coke that I put around Tony Montana, right?
I did as well.
So, and then I gave one away on the stream last night that Bob NYC won. And so I'll ship that one out to him soon. Not Basil's. Birmingham never gave me his address, so he doesn't get his prize. Actually, that's a good idea. She just send it to Basil, so Basil has 2 guns.
And whatever's
model
fair.
guns, by the way.
Spread the love
model
if you
guns.
can, but I won't turn
He
down
never
a
sent me the
favor or a
address.
gift.
So it's that's
This
another.
apparently is a new
Yeah.
G-Shock that just came out. Undefeated X G-Shock.
Yeah, I mean that's my favorite style of G-Shock, which I'm wearing it right now on the new NASA one. But I don't. That one doesn't do much for me.
I
But that's
like the transparent green of the Coca-Cola one.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the same one as the larger of the Coca-Cola one. See,
Yeah.
normally I would gravitate towards that, but I actually like the style of the one that you kept and gave to your daughter. I like the square red, bright red with the Coca-Cola branding on it. I think that looks really good.
Well, so the reason I made that decision is that her generation doesn't remember the genuine green tinted glass bottles.
Right. Which is that's my generation.
Exactly, our generation collectively. Even Basil's kind of falls. He's the youngest, but even he remembers like the green tint when he was young of the Coke glass bottles, right? So she has no idea that those exist. But the red is like that, definitely. Well, that
right. That's universal.
Iconic, right?
Yeah.
Still the red they use today.
So on the ETA 28, 24, I do want to.
Oh yeah. Tell me more.
So I had a conversation with the guys at Fair because early on when Fair was releasing watches, right? So when you order a watch from Fair, you can choose the number you want until it's used up, and you can choose the strap with you want, and they've gotten better at that over the time. But early on, they were using ETA movements at a certain grade or Sellita movements at a certain grade, and they specified it was either top grade or what they call elaborated grade, right? Then at some point they just defaulted to standard grade, and standard grade was plus minus 12 a day, elaborated was plus minus either 5 or 7 a day, and top grade was plus minus 4 a day.
Okay.
Right. And with a max, that was the average, and then the maximum daily variations were like 30, 20, 15 or 30, 20, 10, something like that, right?
Well, that's not a disagreement, that's a correction, Ali.
No. I have no idea. I came in at that point. Yeah, no, I'm not.
Because you said I disagree, but you actually have the specific information that the elaborated or élaboré or top grade, whatever they market it as, is actually regulated more precisely.
Yeah. So, but what the Fair guys said was that the price difference between standard and the elaborate, you're obviously pronouncing something properly that I'm not. Was very reasonable until like that conversation I had, and then they just had to change everything to standard. That the price jump was huge, and they thought the reason was that since Swatch Group has a bunch of brands that use a ton of ETA movements, they wanted to reserve the top grade and the elaborate grade for those watches, and they didn't want to increase manufacturing capacity to ETA movements, and then basically all you could buy were standard grade, which then pushed Fair in their case to Sellita, because Sellita still sold multiple grades at the roughly, a very incremental price difference between the grades.
Yeah,
so that it was a conversation. Basically, Fair was having a conversation with me about how they made the decision to move from ETA to Sellita movements.
And yeah, essentially they, every single Sellita movement is a clone or, an alternative to an ETA anyways. So
yeah.
They're not.
And I would imagine because you can buy those different grades of Sellitas so easily, that's why you see more and more micro brands going with Sellita over an ETA.
Yeah. And this is purely anecdotal. I have no data to judge this on. I will say though that the only watches that I had problems with the past 2 years, both had movement problems with. Sorry, I had other types of problems, but I had movement problems with the past 2 years. No. 2 of the 3 watches were Sellita. One of them was actually an ETA base, which is the Vermont, heavily modified ETA. But the kind of more or less raw Sellita movements, I had 2 watches in my daughter's collection that had problems, whereas the basically unmodified ETA 2824s that were Nisquales now have been going for like 6 years. No problem, beaten to hell. Like, she has beat those watches to hell. So my own anecdotal experience with Sellita is that it's not as reliable, but that's purely anecdotal with a sample set of like, a handful, right? And to be fair, like, that is still substantially more reliable than apparently every Audemars Piguet chrono on the market ever.
Yeah.
I mean, I just feel like sometimes, the reason I always hesitate, as much as I love, that's my favorite sport, hating on Audemars Piguet on this channel. That's my absolute favorite. But having spent enough time in, the horological spaces on YouTube, I know that one person says something and then everyone repeats it.
Yeah.
So I never believe in these things when someone says, "Oh, this movement is reliable." Have
Yeah. But you know why I'm saying it today? Do you know actually specifically what
Yes.
happened?
Hello, good day, gentlemen. Did somebody say squale? Did somebody say squale? It is me, Jonathan Squale Piggins of Squale in Zona Incorporated.
Oh God, no!
That's a pretty good Jonathan impression. I like that.
Oh,
That's fantastic.
thank you. Have you seen my draw timer?
With Darwin on it.
Yes. He's good, right?
It's fantastic.
Unbelievable! I'm gonna cry.
It's pretty good.
I think Jonathan broke my computer.
Oh, you're the big cool guy.
Oh, you're so triggered. Dear Brando. You're so triggered. The big cool guy with the watch show. You're so triggered. Boo-hoo-hoo, big boy.
I know. The minute JJ
Thanks, so
pointed out
good.
that it sounds like Bruno.
You're so
I
triggered.
knew-
You're so
I
right.
knew
It's
he
like
was-
perfect, Bruno.
I knew he was working on something there.
That's fantastic.
God.
That's fantastic.
Sorry to disrupt the conversation, but I heard Squale.
No.
I couldn't resist. I said, all right, that's my cue
I
to
think-
come say hello.
Now that, I mean, since we have this group, I feel like we should just continue on this stream and not go anywhere, because it's like, it
The
takes so much time.
178-hour stream.
There's always bleeding somehow. I had set up the next stream for a more free-flowing discussion, but if Basils doesn't mind, we can just continue here without the burden. But I do want to.
Brando, can you just do me one favor before you continue? Can you swap you and Ali for symmetry purposes? I'm losing my.
Yeah, JJ's OCD. He's
Okay,
gonna
and
lose his
I'm
shit.
also gonna put myself right in the middle because it's my channel. Damn it!
There you
Perfect.
go.
No.
There.
But yeah, is that you, JJ? You keep shuffling those cards every
Oh yeah,
time
yeah.
we are on your show.
It's a pet peeve. I can't help it. It depends whose face is at what angle. See, like Ali's kind of looking in. So if you wanted to swap me and Ali, for example, I could turn my face this way.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Like yeah.
If you swap us over, there you go. See, we're looking in. We're both looking in now.
See, the problem here, Brando, is this is the shit I have to put up with. All right,
Well,
that's
that's-
fantastic.
I also
That's-
only accept blue M&Ms in my dressing room. There could be no other colors.
I thought that was Ari. All right.
Yeah,
Hey, you know what?
I-
I do actually have a question for you, Brando, before I forget. Since now that we've completely derailed Basils, but I do like Basils, by the way, and congratulations on your so. Steel Buffalo Motors didn't happen on Saturday. You're gonna or Sunday. You're gonna try again this Sunday?
It's gonna happen this Sunday. It's gonna happen.
Okay.
Well, I'm actually going in earlier in the morning, and destroying my lungs a little more. I think in the process, maybe I'll end up smoking a couple of more cigars, but we won't have any further technical difficulties, and we will be able to have it. All right, Butcher Senior is here too. We have almost the entire group, guys.
Butcher Senior.
Well, I mean, I'm what was it? I'm Baby Butcher, or what was the name you gave me, Jeremy?
Baby Butcher? Oh my god.
something like the Young Butcher, right? That's
Yeah, Young Butcher was
YB.
I think you're muted. I'm not hearing you.
Jeremy.
He's working on it.
Okay.
He's
He
working on it.
like
switches up his space, and now he can't figure out his mic.
You know that he
Well-
let his beard grow out just a little bit more recently, and I can't put my finger on it. But he looks like I'm trying to put my finger on who he looks like. It's driving me crazy.
It's Chris Farley. Come on, just do it.
No, Chris
No.
Farley's who you look like before.
Chris Farley didn't have like a single thread of hair on his face.
Yeah, no, I don't think he could
I
grow.
love the guy, but
He didn't want
he
any of that
didn't.
stripper and blow to stay on him for, those court appearances.
Okay, you can mute your mic again.
Yes, sir.
I'm
So-
just teasing. Unmute yourself. I'm just
Since
messing.
we have the three new panelists, I do wanna hear what they think about Basil's new watch. JJ, what do you think about the side roll? I remember we talked about it on your show a little bit, but now that Basil's has one, what do you think?
About the what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
So Basil's just got the Tissot side roll. Basil, please.
Oh yeah. We were talking about these. Yes, you're right. Yes, I think they're pretty cool. I mean, I haven't seen one in person, so I can't say anything different than like our last conversation on them. The only criticism I think I had was the proprietary strap, which I mean, that's a standard criticism I always kind of give. But I think they're super fun watch. I love the colors. I think they did something really interesting at the right time. Right, it's nice, fun summer release. I'm curious. I literally just tuned in and Ali was talking about Squale, and I got excited and got my piggins ready. So I kind of missed everything that happened beforehand. But how does it wear? It looks like it's a good size. It does look a little large, but I feel like that's how it's supposed to wear. Almost like the Breitling Endurance kind
Well,
of.
Basil's has vintage wrists, right? So
Vintage wrist.
I'm
I
like
love that.
about a 7, maybe like it's like a 6 3/4, 7-inch wrist.
Yeah, that's like
It
very
actually
much like
wears
my
nicely,
wrist.
yeah.
It's
Very
quite.
good.
It
wears
fills
nice.
up pretty nice. I
Right.
don't really
Well,
have any overhang. The
Yeah,
strap,
there's no lugs. That's why. But what is
exactly.
it,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
42?
It's just shaved. Like so,
Yeah.
you just your case and strap. There's really no overhang with any lugs on the
Right.
side. So, it just kind of just sits. So
Now the yellow kind of. So, I'm sorry. It's just my natural instinct to start asking a million questions. Brando, I don't mean to
Go for
take
it.
over your. But just for a few minutes, I just want to ask 2 questions actually. One is,
Grill him.
did you have the yellow and well, I'm just curious the thought process. Like, did you see
Yeah.
them all in a display case and the yellow just stood out to you? Like, I ever do that sometimes. Like,
yeah.
you go and see a bunch of watches and you just know, like, when you see them all, like, oh, this is the one I gravitate to, like, almost immediately? Or was that like an intended choice before you saw them in person?
To be honest with you, actually, I found yellow was my first choice, just seeing it online. But I sourced it online and I got like a sweet deal. Like we're talking like around a little over 30% off.
Oh,
So
nice.
the
Oh,
yellow
wow, yeah.
yellow was my first choice as far as the images. Blue I thought was cool, but I just thought it was too much going on with the blue that was like kind of woven into the carbon. And
Right.
then the black with the red strap, I thought it was like nice, but it was almost like a little too subtle. And I like that the yellow is, if you go back into the archive, they actually had a yellow watch that looked almost exactly like this one. And it was kind of like the way I wanted to go. If I saw a really good deal on a red strap, if it was like significantly less, I think I probably would have gone that way and maybe sourced a secondary strap. But yellow was kind of my choice, and what I found actually for the best prices that I've seen. for any of
Right.
the
So you hunted it down. It wasn't like you saw them all in the display case and that was the one that.
Yeah.
kind of pulled
Actually,
in.
I was gonna try to get somewhere to see them in person, but it was actually online auction and it was ending, so the price was really low. I put down what I
online
owed
auction.
online, yeah, eBay.
Okay, all right. So eBay. Yeah, God, when you're on Brando Chain, you say auction. I'm like, who had
You
this?
start
on the
thinking,
auction?
yeah, big houses, right?
Yeah.
Just
Aussie.
eBay.
The House of Lords.
eBay.
How are you doing, man? Ozzy?
Good evening, gentlemen. Wow, this is quite a battle. I'm
Hey,
impressed.
Ozzy, your mic's coming in super hot.
Yeah, I can't adjust it. I don't think. Let me
I'm just messing
try.
with you
But
because you said that to JJ last night. I'm totally messing with you.
I know, and then he just completely messed everything up.
By the way, Jeremy Butcher, who is also a member of the channel, $20. That's an awesome pickup, Bezos. Jake Brooks, JB, thank you so much. $9.99, also a member of the channel. JJ, that was amazing. I think he's referring to Confession. All-Star. Why?
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate it.
For being here. You know what it reminds me? The yellow color scheme. It's pretty unique, but to celebrate the opening of the new boutique, or as they call it, maison in New York, they released this taxicab version of the H08, which highlights 706, which is the address, 706 Madison, which is one of the nicest Hermes boutiques that I have visited, all over the place. I think, obviously, the original Faubourg Saint-Honoré kind of beats everything, but the New York one is nice too. And they celebrated it with this color scheme, which is pretty similar to Bezos' new watch, which is apparently also an homage to the classic colors of the New York taxi cabs.
That's right.
There are worse ways to spend your money.
I think this is super fun. I mean,
No, it's not bad. Yeah.
This is. I kind of feel like you should have a fun, loud. I know Jeremy will agree with me here. He likes some funky color watches. A fun, kind of loud, summery watch in a palette that's suitable for you, right? Like loud, but somewhat in your wheelhouse. Not like a color you find obnoxious.
Lamborghini colors, right? Something like that.
Something for the summer, or for just when you're in the mood to just whatever. I think a really cool watch. Going back, I find it a little big for me because now I'm just ultra nitpicky. But one of those watches for me used to be like the Zenith Defy, the ceramic, like the blue ceramic.
Yeah.
And I always said the first thing I would do is get the white strap from the white ceramic and put that on the blue one. And I wound up kind of doing that. For anyone who knows my collection with the VC, with the overseas, it's not ceramic, but it has that nice blue dial with the white strap. So that's kind of what I always wanted as that kind of color coordination for a fun summer watch, or even even you could get away with that in the snow, right? In a wintry month as well.
Sure.
Just something a little more loud for those days where you want to have, a little fun.
But that white
I
stuff
think
really
the-
screams summertime.
The Hermes 08 series in particular, if you see them in person, I do think they're highly underrated. And I think the buying them directly from Hermes, unless you need a Kelly bag or a Birkin bag, I think it's a terrible idea. You can get them for 50% to 70% off, right?
Woo!
They don't hold value, but they are actually really pretty watches.
Well, the thing is, you
Right,
got
so
to
what
get
was the
them
price that we just saw then at 5K? Was that a secondary price or it's retail?
For that, I don't know which
The
particular model
boutique, I
was.
think.
They have boutique. They have new versions of that sell for about 4,400 that go all the way up to about 15,000, depending on the variant. Right. So I don't know which
some
one.
that were in the $7,000 wheelhouse, but I think those might have been maybe they were carbon. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, some of them have the carbon fiber, then some of them have the layered dials. Like they're very special editions.
Look, for example, this is actually my favorite, the one with the blue tinted titanium.
Yeah.
It's at the Real, which is one of my favorite under the radar watch shopping places. It's 3,600 basically, and the list price would be 67 right now, plus tax, of course. In either case.
Okay, I can see why this is like a $3,500 watch. I don't really see paying $7,000 for it.
Yeah, no. It depends. They have variants of it that they do, like unique colorways, and they do sandwich dials and stuff that cost more, right? But all I'm saying is that you would be surprised in person how nice they are.
Yeah,
I've seen one in the window. It looks fine. I mean, you'd want it to be fun though. At some point, a certain amount of money being lost isn't that fun anymore.
Yeah, no, I guess that's fair.
of course. No, I mean,
I mean, for a lady, for example, on the path, she might find up like $6,000 of other Hermes stuff, to spend, and that might be more fun than one watch.
I mean, I think, again, full price being whatever. I see this like as what the Aquanaut once was. Or was meant to be, really, like an entry-level fun piece. It's become a hype watch now, but this is a very similar aesthetic, right? Classic utilitarian case with a somewhat luxurious touch and legible dial, kind of a field watch aesthetic, but make it fashion. Custom designed fonts, Vaucher movement. I think at under $4,000, it's not a bad pickup. But of course, again, unless you are really working on something, you are trying to please a sales associate or impress a significant other, there's absolutely no reason to get them at list price, simply because you can get them for cheaper. I mean, otherwise, I think considering how watches are priced on the current markets, $6,000-$7,000 for an Hermes watch with a proprietary movement suddenly doesn't sound too bad. But if you can get it at half price, why not? Right?
Yeah. Absolutely. So to your point, it's actually something that I'm seriously considering picking up one of these variants this holiday season for my daughter. Because she's familiar with the brand Hermes. It would be unique. There's a lot of colorful, playful colorways. And it's at a safe enough price point compared to her current Omega, infatuation.
And you might build a relationship, just by buying that at, retail.
Well, I built one during my marriage.
Sure,
so this one I will probably buy aftermarket because I've already got the Kelly bag once and it left with a woman. So
that's fair.
Walked away.
Ali, as you know, Drake, as well as Archie Luxury, has a whole collection of Hermes bags for while they're waiting for the true love of their life. So you can. You can keep buying and save it for the right woman.
Stand by. Keep it on standby.
I'm not going to deny that I may have already done something like that. All right, so there's only how many people that are watching? Can this video go private afterwards? No. It was my current lady's birthday. And we've only been dating for some months, but I do have a small stockpile of like Chanel clutches and Hermes stuff, things that are already fairly unique.
Wow.
When I was in the boutiques that I would pick up to keep the relationships going and building, right, for the special edition and limited edition things. So I actually do have like a small stockpile, but the intent was never for like Drake or Archie. Like I didn't expect what happened to happen. So, but now at least I have somewhere for them to go at much slower pace over time in case they walk out again. And preferably walk out sooner than like 16 and a half, 17 years. Like make a decision sooner than that this time around.
The plus is, though, at least they left without you holding the bag.
Yeah, I'm holding other bags. They left plenty of other bags. Like some of them still have Chinese takeout labels on them. I mean, like they.
Hey, Ali, if you get a chance, can you drop Brando's link in the WhatsApp group for the fellas? In case
the view link, or you want everybody to jump on the StreamYard?
No, just his the
Got
YouTube.
it. Yep. I will.
I was
do
going to
so.
say I could do it too. I've got it.
I got it.
And both, really. I mean, it's the StreamYard link is.
Well, you got it pinned up top, so I figure if anyone wants to.
Yeah.
Either way,
StreamYard
JJ,
is
a
already-
great series of shows recently, by the way. Really, really fantastic. Really, really fantastic.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
JJ, great work. Great
Been,
work.
tr-
with
been
much
trying to
of it.
get some. Yeah, been trying to do. Look, we do a lot of watch talk. I've been trying to do, what's current, what people want to hear about. Of course, Ali's been a big helping me out with that, and all the boys.
Yeah, great questions, Ali, to Wesley especially.
You trolled me. You sent me those private comments like fucking lay off of JJ's stream. Don't act like you liked it. And for everybody who's waiting, tomorrow I probably won't be on the stream, so you get a reprieve from me. No, I appreciate it, JJ. Actually, so the thing is, JJ, these were, to me, the best thing about this is that they were more than organic. Like people sought JJ out. And to me, that's and to that point, like when I tagged, and Young Brando, I'm talking about, I tagged Young Brando when I I responded to a Grunefeld post, right? Like part of my intention is to do that often enough that eventually somebody will go look at Young Brando's channel from like Grunefeld and say, oh, like, yeah, we wouldn't mind talking to this guy, right? Because that's the right outlet for their type of high horology.
Mm-hmm.
But they sought JJ out. He didn't seek this out. He wasn't looking for the clicks or anything. They sought him out because they had seen him and they knew that he was a rational actor. So I'm just happy to be along for the ride. But JJ is the definitive
Platform,
captain of the boat. Yeah, and he built the boat. Like he built the boat, the whole thing. Basil's JJ.
I had a meta question. Why do you think Buckley did this whole set of streams or whatnot? Because I mean, one TikTok, a bad one on his worst day, probably has more views than all of the Archieverse and the Timo Seaverse combined in views, right? Like in terms of exposure, he doesn't need to do anything.
I'll tell you why.
Brando fucked me. Hold on a minute. Don't. He has me looking the other way.
I just established the possibility that I might be straight in this space. So let's
exactly.
Pull down with the fuck me kind of.
Sorry.
So I'll tell you why. If you, and this is actually a conversation that somebody else has had with me,
right,
about JJ's channel. If you get to JJ's audience, there is a very high likelihood that 50% plus of those people are actively in the process of purchasing a 5-figure watch. Okay, then that's fairly unique to JJ's audience in the current live stream case, right? It would be like, I mean, maybe 100% of Brando's audience, but no offense, Brando's audience is just smaller, right? And I think that some of the other channels, right, it's not as good of a ratio.
The word's more exclusive, by the way. More exclusive.
Yeah. It's a much more exclusive channel. But he's letting all the riffraff in. I'm just gonna clearly I lower the bar, and now everybody's submitted, right?
Hey,
so
sign me up for riffraff, baby.
Exactly. So what I did, Ozzy, is I actually went and signed up for the Vukum Verified forum that he was talking about, right? It's a pay-to-play $20 a month forum. It's meant more or less for dealers, but it's not exclusive, and then you have to verify people have to vouch for you. So I signed up for it, and a number of people have signed up for it, names I recognize.
Yeah, I was one step away from signing up for it. Do I have to give my real name?
So when you pay for it, you have to give your real name.
Do I?
For when you pay for it. The credit card transaction.
No, I use fake names for my credit cards.
If you use credit.com, right, for example, and you spin off a virtual card, that's fine. Okay, so that's fair. But it's Telegram based, so you can put whatever name or alias you want. Right?
Okay. That's what I didn't want to do.
Like Paperboy, right? But obviously the bigger the deal, the more people are verifying and they're using real names for obvious reasons.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I just want to have a look. I'm curious about prices and liquidity and stuff like that. I'm not really buying and selling anything. So
it's been interesting, for just under 24 hours inside of it. It's been interesting to observe. But there were a number of people who signed up, and some names or some aliases that I recognize. So he achieved that. And he definitely I think, wanted to capitalize on the fact that those type of things are, available, as he said, during a market downturn, right? He wanted to take advantage of this to try to get as many people on board during a downturn as possible. The other thing is, frankly, I think, God, I hate to say this because I don't think this is what he was doing intentionally. I guarantee you, actually, I'm confident this is what he was doing intentionally. But I do feel like it was an opportunity to punch down a little bit on people that he had made his life difficult, right? And it was an opportunity to punch down in a format that TikTok doesn't really allow, and hit an audience that would understand why he's punching down.
Can I chime in on that?
Just real quick, for the record, he didn't do a string of interviews planned on YouTube. I reached out, had a conversation to get in touch because I find them interesting, booked him, put up the thumbnail, then someone else reached out to get him as well to copy, because that's all they know how to, that's all they know how to do. I'll leave it at that.
They have never had an original idea. But to just continue what Ali was saying earlier, and maybe, I will even simplify it a little bit. One, on YouTube, because of the specificity of the medium, he had the chance to join an ongoing conversation, right, which was already happening on
that's also fair.
On JJ's channel, and in the platform at large. Two, and again, putting aside my own prejudices against TikTok and the form of espionage that it really is, it's common sense by now that the clicks and followers on TikTok translates to about 1/20th or 1/25th of a follower that you have on YouTube. So the interactions you get on YouTube, even by the common sense of social media, are worth about 20-25 times more than an interaction you get on TikTok on average. And also, I don't know if you have seen any young people go on things on TikTok, but they're literally like this.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to make fun of it. That's the way people engage with TikTok. Whereas on YouTube, people sit the fuck down and listen, maybe just for 15 seconds, 1 minute, maybe for an hour. But it's a different kind of engagement, and it prioritizes quality over quantity.
Right. There is a conspiracy theory that I have that's sort of a meta conspiracy theory, and that is that the numbers that you see on streaming are very, very low compared to, say, big proper YouTube channels. You know what I mean? But I think in terms of value, you're quite correct, and it could be for a number of reasons. And I'm a big believer in basically the death of the internet, where a lot of the activity out there, if it can be botted, is botted very, very hard. So most subscribers are fake, most views are fake, so on and so forth. But the streaming is hard to fake in general, and the super chats are hard to fake. Those numbers are hard to fake. And if you whittle down to some sort of unit of attention, it may be the case, like you point out on TikTok, there's almost no attention. But in terms of unit of attention, like a stream that has 100 viewers is far better than a video that got 100,000 views in terms of influence and attention. Especially if those views were fake.
By the way, Ali Reza just gave another 5 memberships. I see an old friend there as well. So the Whiskey Reaper is a new member. John Wick is another new member. Sam D is another new member. Mrs. Nigel Tufnell is another. And Bufaris.
Yeah, Bufaris, long time.
Ahla wa sahla, ya basha. All right. That's great. I haven't seen Bufaris for the longest time.
Isn't that Diego?
Did that voice?
Diego has some of the best Buffaris impressions for sure,
Yeah,
and,
no,
and
I was just being
and Bear and yeah, but Buffaris is not actually a figment of Diego's imagination. I mean, he does exist. He's a real person in this world. So Ali, what do you think about Basil's new watch? I don't think we heard from you.
So I like that Tissot did that watch, and I like that, especially in kind of the Tissot PRX era, they didn't forget that they have like chops elsewhere. Now that particular watch, the style for me, especially since they had the couple of different colorways, there was one colorway I kind of liked, but not for me. But I really do appreciate that they actually released that watch in the PRX era, because I'm worried that they're going to completely screw up the momentum they got with the PRX. And I think in a time where Longines is doing well, but a lot of other brands slightly above Tissot, like one notch above Tissot, are stumbling, I'd like to see Tissot move up into the Longines space and maybe have Oris corrected back down to where they really, need to be with their ego lately.
Where they really belong, you were gonna say, I think, but
No, I don't know if I want to say where they really belong. They make quality timepieces, but not at that price point. Just sorry.
Wait, who? Oris?
Oris, yeah.
They took a shot.
I've heard a lot of bad things about Oris. Like quality wise, that's what I hear. Like my neighbor said that one of the indices fell off his Oris and got stuck under the
I've heard some pretty
it's like
good stories too. I mean, they're not on level with Tudor, so I don't know why they're trying to get such a similar price. I mean, for 25% more, you can pick up, Black Bay 58, Pelagos 39. Just doesn't make much sense.
Depends on the watch. Sometimes it's not even 25% more. I mean, you look at that Kermit watch for $4,000, you can get a Black Bay for under $4,000.
Yeah, I do think that watch is cool, but if you look at it on the secondary, it's not really doing well at all. I mean,
but weren't you
literally a Muppet watch.
Yeah, like that.
I mean,
Muppet watch.
I kind of said it like, talk me out of it, kind of a joke thing, but no, I mean, I don't think I could ever bring myself to purchase it. And I don't dislike Oris. I just dislike their price point. I think they make some cool watches. I like that Pilot watch they make. I like the Oris Aquas. I think it's a nice looking.
The Pilot watch looks good. I think we're talking about the same one. I hope until you get to the seatbelt clasp,
the big crown.
it's so naff. Yeah,
It's funky.
I don't like the seatbelt clasp on anything.
it's so pedestrian,
I got myself disinvited from any future Oris events because they brought their Airstream here to Los Angeles, and they threw a party, and I literally said, like, it looks a little tacky and gimmicky, and the representative looked at me like he had seen a ghost. And I'm like, welcome to the real world. I mean, like, just because you're giving me free beer, I'm not gonna blow smoke up your ass.
No, you got to hold it down when you got the reps in front of you. You do. Come on.
Well, no, I mean, I think I burned at least as many bridges as Young Brando has with ADs and reps lately. But I did say about Oris on air, like they definitely are going for like a culture or lifestyle vibe with their advertisement. So Zodiac sends Mike Pearson from channel to channel and maybe from event to event. And Mike is a real affable, British expat. Or I shouldn't say expat per se, but and he's very colorful and he's very funny and whatnot. They send him that, or sends that Airstream around, and not only do they send that Airstream around, they like do full-on weekend like junk removal and recycling projects and like land restoration projects with their customers.
They're very in tune to the that whole giving back to the community. I mean, half their watches are special editions that go to you got the one that's the plastic recycling. You got the one that's the New
Waste
York
management.
Yeah, I mean, so
I got a question for young Brando. I'm curious about this. Like, I know we talk about a lot of Rolex and other stuff, but on the lower price point, right? On the lower price point brackets, like let's say like the Zodiacs of the world, and you don't have to comment on them specifically, but somewhere in that price range, or like the Tissot area, what do you think are like the brands with the most appeal, the most potential right now? Like if you were a collector and that's your, and I know Bob kind of dabbles in this price range as well, so I'm curious about his feedback as well. Maybe we could go around. It's up to you guys. Whatever. If anyone has a comment on it, what do you think are the brands that are like, up and coming, hot, coming out with the good stuff in that price bracket?
Would you say like under $1,000? Is that what you said, JJ?
Up to 1,500 or right under?
Yeah, I would say like between 800 and 2,000. Or 500 and 2,000 maybe.
The up and coming brands between 800 and 2,000. Okay.
Yeah, like Tissot, or a brand like that type of maybe upwards of to like Longines, but like definitely not above like Longines, not even approaching like 3,000. Definitely 2,000 the max type. More like the $1,000 range.
The usual suspects are there, so I don't have to mention Tissot, Hamilton, Seiko Prospex.
Mm-hmm.
Let's leave
Zodiac.
those aside for Zodiac, Yema. I think those are usual suspects. Zin. I think really Baltic, Unimatic, even Merci. These pieces have just, I think, a great variety at that price point.
You
Because
said Unimatic, then who?
Baltic, Unimatic, and Merci or Mercy, I guess.
That one I'm not familiar with. That's the only one you said that.
Is it spelled as in Merci, MERCI?
Yeah, it's the So it's the French. It's the French brand. Let me pull it up. It's actually a lifestyle brand that has a whole line of watches, a lot of which are actually mechanical. I have this one, which is called the Archie watch, or the Archie watch, really.
That's right.
But I think the reason I like them is they take a very classic dress watch aesthetic and kind of make it casual and a little bit exciting, and it's still around 500 to 650 in euro. They have.
I'm going to shoot two more brands at you. Foulon Marie and what's the one? I just went past me. I just had it in my head.
Has really pricey watches though.
Yeah, they're above the 2,000 price point. What about what's the one that looks like the TV?
Brew,
yeah.
Ooh,
Yeah.
okay. I think Foulon Marie, I actually made a physician friend of mine who does have a decent watch collection, mostly Rolexes and a Reverso, but he just didn't want to wear a brand name watch
Right.
to the office. And he chose this one, the Mecca Quartz Nero Sabbia, which is, ostensibly a doctor's watch, right? It has the
pulsation
scale.
What does this go for?
555 in Swiss
the
francs.
Mecca Quartz one should be
expensive. But this is still
That's cool.
in that. I would still I would put this at the higher end of the spectrum, but still definitely within reason.
And then
Great styles.
Our friend Swiss, of course, has one of these from the first generation, but now they have a consistent line of 3 different dial colors or colorways, let's say. The salmon one is almost perpetually sold out, but the other 2, the gray and white sector dials, are available. And those are 1250 in Swiss francs, so they barely make the cuts, but they actually have mechanical movements, self-winding, La Joux-Perret G100.
All right. All right. Yeah, these you gave some solid choices. Robert, is there anything that we missed that you're involved in this space that you think is,
I think if you look at a semi micro brand, I think Maine is doing some good things. MAIN. Sorry, MIAN. Well, whatever you spell it. It's not Maine like Main Street. It's MIAN. I think they're doing some good things and have some interesting looking watches. And there's also a Canadian watch that they do a lot of military style watches called Marathon. Which is
Marathon,
kind of interesting.
Yeah, and you could definitely it appeals to a lot of military inspired collectors. They love that the tritium, almost like Ball does with the tritium. Indices.
I want to love Marathon, but all their designs are just so big.
Yeah, but they have some small ones. They have a lot of 36
and a wild GMT.
They do?
Yeah.
They've got a couple of 36 millimeter field type watches that are not
cool.
bad. But their divers are big. They do have divers that are big. They're like
At the time, I think I was just looking at divers, but yeah, I'm cool. I'm down with 36 millimeter field watch. The watch brand that I was really looking forward to was Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I was gonna say I'm surprised young Brando likes Unimatic. I'm a fan of Unimatic. I had two. Now I have one with the Messina Lab. That collaboration. Someone else swiped my original U1, which I think it was awesome as well. Artist who
I think that person might be on this
the
channel.
artist.
No?
He's hiding under his.
The
there
butcher.
you go.
He's hiding and muted.
I'm actually curious, but Jared, what are your thoughts on that watch, Butcher? Now that you have it for a bit, are you enjoying it or? Yeah,
to be honest, I'm finishing the 30-day challenge with the James Cameron, so I've taken it off. I ordered 3 different straps for that thing because the NATO's fine. That buckle was tough to get on, though. Whew.
Yeah, it was a bit of a pain. I got to look if I have other 22, whatever I have in 22 that I don't need for mine, which is not many. I only use like 2 rubber straps anyway. I'll send you a little care package over with some travel cases and stuff.
So I ordered from Barton Straps. I think they have some pretty inexpensive. I ordered a rubber strap. I ordered a distressed leather strap, and then I ordered a canvas strap. So
you got all your bases covered. That what it is? That watch is so plain by design. It's almost like a caricature of a watch, right? It's just such a simple style. You could really put any strap on that, and it works. It's one of those watches.
On my Instagram, not too long after I have a ton of 20 straps, 20 mil straps, NATOs.
Oh man, kick them off. Kick them off.
I'm gone. I'm sorry. But anyway, I literally took almost every strap I had and took a picture of it just for fun, and I threw it on my Instagram.
Yeah, I saw that. All the different.
And it was amazing that I some of the crazier, funky ones looked really good with that watch, and that just. To me, that goes to that timeless styling. I ordered the leather strap that I ordered is a kind of a medium brown. They call it a distressed leather. So I'm hoping that it kind of gives that old school kind of vintagey look to it.
Yeah, a tough look to it, right? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
The one thing with the one thing with the Barton is it's going to need to be broken in.
Yes.
Because they're very stiff when you first get them.
Yeah, I've had really good luck with their inexpensive rubber strap and their canvas strap. The canvas strap was so light. Yeah, I stuck it on the Bamford Snoopy, and that watch was so comfortable with that pillowcase and the canvas strap. It was almost like not wearing a watch. So.
By the way, I'm glad to see one of my trolls in the house, Artie Langens. I love that. Artie Langens. I forgot who called me that today, but that was pretty fun. So part 2 of my question, and then I'll shut up and you guys can do your questions. On the flip side, what do you think of the brands in that price range that are doing it wrong? They're getting it wrong right now, and you would stay away from? No purchases. They don't have to be a whole list, but if you could think of like one or two, like I would say like Oris is kind of too high priced for what they are. That's a good example of one. I'm
Yeah,
trying to.
At $2,000, I'd be like, man, I would maybe try an Aquas, but at $4,000 and the Kermit watch, like I looked at it and I'm like, I mean, you know me, green is my color. I'm like, I would maybe order that watch, but at the price, I'm like, I'm gonna be able to pick that up for $1,500 here in a year or so from somebody secondhand.
How much are Bell and Ross's?
They're over, I think, that price point of 2,000. They're up. I don't follow them particularly, but I know they're definitely out of that range. I can't think of too many watches in that range that I like. I think we named them all. I just can't think of the ones.
I think
that
the one that was
dislike.
doing it the
Brick.
most wrong were Brick.
Brick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like 100% sure. But
I'm gonna say one thing. I mean, I don't know if I would phrase it as strongly as you did, JJ. Like, you know, this brand is certainly doing it wrong. But I wanna say that I can't quite figure out what that French designer guy is doing, who is reviving Nevada Grantian, Vulcane, Excelsior Park, and God knows how many other brands. I don't even know how many brands he has under his control right now. Guillaume Ledet, I think is his name. Laidet. One of Waco's friends, of course, which doesn't say much because all the executives and watchmakers are Waco's friends, as you guys know. And they all do amazing, incredible work. But yeah, I've never quite understood why he has so many brands and they all have a vintage inspiration and they churn out every season something with a new dial configuration. And I mean, I do put them on once every so often on this channel too. I have always been a fan of the Nevada Grantian from the vintage era as a chronograph that kind of fits into that nautical mold as well. And the Vulcane Cricket is, of course, classic alarm wristwatch, so you can't complain much. But I don't see where he's going from here, right? Now that he has rehearsed so many times the iconic models they have in reissues, where to now for a brand like Nevada Grantian, a brand like Vulcane, a brand like Excelsior Park, so on and so forth.
Okay.
The reason I ask these questions, right, is because I've noticed, especially like as I've been doing these more and more streams, I've been getting more and more new subs, and it seems like a lot of starters, right? And almost always the first question is in that price bracket, right, of 2,000 or under, which I get. They want to be comfortable on their purchase. They're not sure if they want to dive into a $5,000 watch or something like that. So I'm kind of kind of past that stage of collecting. Like, don't get me wrong, I still like, you know, if a cool Unimatic comes out, I'll pick up one, or a Tissot, or you know, a Longines, something like that. Which I think Longines is great value for money as well. It's one of my favorites. I just find myself struggling to find them brands at $1,000 price point to recommend that I say this is a quality watch for what you're paying. You're getting good value, good design, and good construction.
The default recommendation has become the Tissot PRX, right? It's like
pretty much,
has,
but it's like I hate to give it to everyone because you know what it is. A lot of guys like rotating sport bezel or something like they want something a little more casual. So it's,
I mean, the Hamilton still don't come out. I mean, I've been more willing to recommend a Hamilton now that Seiko's prices are just a lot more silly. Because at the Hamilton, you get a lot of heritage, which you weren't getting with a lot of other brands, a lot of other models. But Hamilton does all right in terms of preserving, classic looks and that sort of stuff. There's not much fake about it, you know what I mean? It's not, it is what it is.
So the second, I hate to call it luxury watch, but the second good mechanical watch that I bought was my first, of course, was a U-boat. So nobody blamed me there. But the second piece I picked up was the Jack Ryan, which is that chronograph from Hamilton. And that thing, it is really well done. And, you know, the list on it was 18 something. And I bought it at my AD for around $1,500. So I thought I got a decent deal on it. And, you know, it's black DLC. It's a, you know, 2-dial chrono with a date. And it's really well made. And it's one of my go-tos for everyday wear.
You know what the reason I started with, you know, with Baltic and Merci and to a certain extent Unimatic, although they are slanted towards sports as well, is because the two brands, especially Baltic and Merci, and there are some others too, people are writing in the chat already, like Dumoro, for example, which I didn't have yet chance to really try and take a closer look. When we were kind of coming of age in this internet horological space, forums, etc., that price segment was the dive watch, and it was mostly Seiko and a few brands that were getting their head start in the Kickstarter. Nowadays, we have like dozens of micro brands, which people might say is a curse, right? Because who is going to sift through all of these different brands? But at least nowadays we have different styles. You know, you can actually, for less than, you know, $750, you can get an old school, you know, Calatrava style thin dress watch with a hand wound caliber. You know, that little Breguet numeral, Clapton-esque, so to speak, right? You know, the kind of single 12 he would put in, you know, on every single custom order Patek that he had. And they're quality watches. They're nice to kick about without much pretension, almost unrecognizable and under the radar, but they look good. They look handsome. They look like a nice wristwatch. And it might not necessarily be an heirloom piece, but I think you can hardly beat these things under $1,000. I like Unimatic because, again, even though they mostly traffic in commonplace sports genres, right? You know, dive watch, field watch,
GMT.
such a unique aesthetic to them. You know, it's minimalist, but also a very strong design language, kind of like Nomos as an analogy, not as necessarily similar style. You know, very dressed down approach to, you know, classic sports pieces like GMT, dive watch, field watch. And I like those kinds of options. They excite me a little more. And of course there are the legacy brands. Of course there are slightly more upstart brands that we already mentioned as the usual suspects, from the Yemas and Zins of this world to Tissot, Longines at a slightly higher level. But I think we are spoiled. I mean, whiskey can say something similar to this, I guess, when it comes to whiskey, right? You know, it's like maybe the older distinguished brands with high age statements are now exorbitantly expensive, much like the hype watches of our world. But there's so many newly fanged distilleries that have their own single malts that you can get for around $50-$60, and you know, you'll love it.
I personally, if someone comes to me saying they want to buy a watch, like, they would only really come to with that question because it's their first one. So I had a couple experiences like this, and I just encourage them. It's like you only have one chance at doing this, and that is making it out alive and not becoming a watch collector. So you can get a watch, but it really must be good enough that'll satisfy you and actually last the rest of your life and be truly happy with it. So number one, let's get that budget up to exactly what you need. Let's just get you your favorite watch, whatever that is. It's I'll tell you right now, it's a Steel Sports Rolex, and we'll get you one of those, and then you just be done with it. Like don't look back. You've got a quality timepiece, and no one will ever question it. You'll never ever question it, and you won't be a collector, and you won't lose money.
This is
if you start collecting, this is like
this is a standard answer I tell people, and they say, "Oh, what watches would you get into if you wanted to have just like a minimal collection without getting?" Said, don't make yourself crazy. Go buy yourself a date sub or a no date sub, depending on if you like date or not, and go get yourself a Cartier Santos Dumont XL and for your dressy events, and don't buy anything else. Just go away.
Yeah.
Get a sports watch, a dress watch, and goodbye. Cartier, Rolex, you can sell them if you need to. You won't get too hurt, and you'll be on your way.
Thank you for subscribing to JJ's Watch Hangout. You may now exit stage left. You don't have to come back. Ever
don't
again.
come back. Well, that's for someone who doesn't want to be bothered getting into watches. That's not for the guy
right. Anyone tuning into a stream, like they're already kind of past it. They're on, they're not asking for this price range because it's going to be their first watch that's all they could scrounge up. They're just like they're a little bit sick, and this is what they're willing to spend this month.
Sometimes you got to feed the itch while you're saving for the bigger pieces.
Exactly.
Yeah,
We're too busy waiting.
End up with things like this.
And sometimes the itch is Hublot herpes.
Oh, man. But I made money on that.
Well, I don't know. I tried digging it up. I can't find it again, but I just saw a meme about people who protest against Hublot and people who actually wear Hublot, and it made a very strong case for Hublot because you had all these, overweight gentlemen like Nico Leonard, Archie Luxury, etc., who say F Hublot. And then you have all these celebrities who are obviously just given those watches for free, who wear it, from Jay-Z to Kylian Mbappe and whoever else. I think Messi had
Mayweather.
Point.
I think I'm going to go to the local Topgolf and take pictures of the Hublot wearers and then post those. The Hublot wearers in Florida, they look like they were just fished out of the sea.
Is it like those videos the people of Walmart have the Hublot people of Florida?
Walmart. It is completely the people of Walmart, and their friends are Invicta wearers. So
that's what they.
It's so sad. I mean, they're very expensive at retail. Like,
look, I'll tell you,
you feel like saving these people.
Well, I've said it on air. Hublot's retail experience in Florida. There's two Hublot. There's one at Millennium, the Greater Central Florida, is the best single retail experience for watch buying in Central Florida. Their boutique is very well laid out. Everybody there knows everything about the watches. They do not try to present them as anything other than like a high-end fashion lifestyle brand. The watches feel substantial. The presentation of the watches and the cases and stuff feel substantial. They do a good job. Whereas Breitling, which arguably has higher quality and better horology, don't know a damn thing about the watches they're trying to sell you at either of the Breitling boutiques in my area, right? And Hublot also, their experience when you walk in is very much like the experience that people get when they walk into Gucci or the LV. So over at Millennia on high traffic days, there's a line to get into Hublot. That has its own perception advantage, right? And then
that's interesting, but that sounds unfair to I'm sure if you take the Breitling AD who knows nothing about Breitling's history, plonk them down into the Hublot retail thing, they don't have too much to memorize about Hublot's history,
But
it's not.
I think,
no, but it's not history. It's that the Breitling folks, literally, they can't identify automatic watch versus their bloody hybrid digital watches, right?
Like the emergency versus what are they,
Exactly.
chronographs or something? Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. And it was like, because I went in for the first time after years. I went in when they did the Triumph race because they had finally renovated boutique. They had a Triumph motorcycle right smack in the middle of it. I wanted to see these things up close, right? And they knew nothing about the watches they were selling. So, but the experience, the buying experience to Hublot, again, this is all about experience, not about the watches. So, what they've done is they've created an experience around the brand at their F1 and at their football sponsorships and their cricket sponsorships. And they've touched on a demographic that will go attend, Major League Soccer games in Orlando and Miami that aren't attending NBA games or NFL games, right? It's a different demographic. It's a lot of them are soccer family demographics, which are better than upper middle class in a lot of cases, when they get to that sort of, level and interest. So they're doing a good job in all those, that space, that lifestyle brand aspect of it. They have really captured well. I'll give them that. And their aesthetics on some of their watches, some of the big bangs, I think look good. I just do. I think they look good.
And see, I love the Classic Fusion. I think the Classic Fusion is a nice, simple, but refined looking, decent looking watch. But I just couldn't afford it. And I think if I had that kind of money, I would buy a Rolex.
Buy a couple.
Here's the thing. Rolex has kind of created this vacuum where there's people that want to buy watches that they can't get, and they either go into Rolex and get treated like their dogs and laughed at, or they're told, come buy $200,000 worth of jewelry and maybe we'll get you a watch. And then they go to Hublot and somebody says, oh yeah, we've got some great luxury things here for you. And they give you that great customer experience and they walk out with a watch.
Yeah.
Honestly, is the Rolex experience and game really that difficult? I mean, I've heard of so many great stories from so many people, and I've also heard so many initial stories that were horrible, but I get the impression that a lot of these people are very entitled when, and it's...
I think that the problem with the Rolex situation is that it's radically inconsistent because of their AD network associated with jewelers. It's wildly inconsistent. I think that's the problem. So for me, who didn't ever go shopping for Rolex because Rolex just wasn't my brand, by the time I decided I wanted to go finally acquire, say, in my case, a root beer after years of not touching or a no-date sub for my father, I had already bought for years jewelry for my wife. So my treatment was fantastic, right? So I think it just varies wildly. Now, there's another aspect, which, say, Jeremy just had a ridiculously good experience getting his James Cameron from a brother and sister pair, like super small family. There was an interesting article, actually, I meant to bring this to Young Brandon some weeks ago. There was an interesting article on one of the sites, Watch Pro or something like that, where Rolex was making it very hard for Watches of Switzerland, Boucher, to buy out certain independent watch dealers. And the reason Rolex was backing them was because their direct relationship and the customer feedback they were getting from those independent non-Was and Boucher affiliated jewelers was better. And they wanted that leverage to be able to hold on to those regions for future, the theory being for future Rolex deals where they weren't under the, thumb of Was or Boucher. And I believe that because my experience with the independent jewelers who managed to keep their Rolex licenses, which is tough to do because they got to guarantee a lot, is better, right, for all the watch brands they carry than other things. But it's wild.
The biggest issue for the independents is like location, really location. Like the one near me, and out here in Summerlin in Vegas, like it's the most affluent area of Vegas. They got shut down because, basically Rolex wanted shops that are like on the strip next to LVs and Hermes and stuff like that.
Yeah,
you just
absolutely.
don't have that out here. We got nicer areas, but it's not just super high end stuff. It's not row after row of names. And it seems like for the mom and pop to try and do anything like that, it's just not what happens. I it's hard to imagine any of them holding on But you're offering the counterpoint. I believe you, but at the same time, it's tough.
Well, but the whole article itself was, you're right. The whole article itself was they're having trouble hanging on, so Rolex is helping them. Because the alternative is that the people who slide into where they are because they can afford the rents are the Wasses and the Boucher associates, and that was the whole article, and that's why I found it interesting. Is that Rolex was actually putting money into keeping these places open as independents. That's a hell of a thing for Rolex to be doing. It's weird, just straight up weird.
Yeah, when I had my conversation with my new AD, he, actually we became
Kevin,
fast friends.
Hold on,
believe it or
Jeremy. I'm
not.
sorry, Jeremy. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Kevin Kim, get your ass on here. Bring those watches. Jeremy, continue.
Thank you. And what I'm saying, one of the things that he said was that they had to invest a bunch of money to build a new building and things like that, and they did all of that, and they did it right before COVID hit, and they said they went out to $30 million in construction and then were closed by the city, and so
Right.
but Rolex offered to do what they could as far as any payments or anything they needed. They were willing to float them for a while until they could get back open.
Interesting, because here was just the opposite. So they were in a place that was pretty low rent, sort of middle of the road mall. They then got a new space in the highest end space, some of the best restaurants in the area right next to it, and they spent like 6 months in terms of fit out, very expensive, much nicer, and while the fit out was being done, Rolex pulled the plug. So it really, really hurt them. So massive capital investment, and then they don't get to sell. It's a draw. It's a draw.
Mm-hmm.
I love Basil's logo, by the way. That's why I highlighted it. It's beautiful. It's like if you open a restaurant one day or a hookah place, as Ali was suggesting, that's your logo.
Maybe both.
No, hookah place. He's got to open a hookah place.
Wait, is that a hookah leaf?
No. Hookah is just tobacco with molasses.
No,
man.
I
What are
know.
you
I'm
talking
just
about?
playing with it.
That's the special hookah. That's called Basil's Blitz.
Randall,
Different way.
There you go.
Basil's Bong House.
Basil's bomb. There we go.
Oh my god!
And the thing is that, oh man, I was going to say something horrible about Wizard, but all right, I'm going to leave it alone.
Yeah.
It's still too soon.
Too soon.
I'm trying.
What
to
do you guys
see-
think about getting him on for some type of anything?
No, I think it's a terrible idea.
Getting who on? What?
Because according to Paul Thorpe today in the interview, you
Wait,
did,
getting
JJ,
what? So
Wizard, Stefano Della Costa, getting Wizard on
for what?
for
JJ's
anything, for
channel?
some sort of discussion. Yeah.
Well, like to see what's happening, what's any update, anything,
I would
think
like
it's a
to
terrible
hear.
idea.
I would like to hear Basil's opinion on that because he's one of the victims. I mean, what I think about the entire crowd of social media popular gray market dealers. They're not my favorite. Let's sum it up like that. But what do you think, Basil?
I'm in open air. I'm an active listener. If somebody wants to talk, I'll listen and I'll kind of just gauge on what they're saying. So I'm open to the idea. I wouldn't push for it or push against it, but is what it is.
I think the three negatives of this. The first negative that I highly doubt he would agree. So that's first barrier.
True that.
Second barrier is if he gets a ton of hate, which he probably will, it pushes him further away. And third, what does it really accomplish if he comes on besides reopening wounds and getting people upset? You know what I mean?
He's not gonna.
I was just trying to think of a way that
come
maybe a positive could come of it, but I just don't see the pathway to that. That's the thing.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm going to add something else based on what Paul said today, which kind of caught me off guard. But I heard he's the second person who said this to me recently, and both of them are trustworthy and familiar with some of the victims. that he's still paying back victims. And if he comes on air, right, that evaporates again instantly, because I'm sure it took some serious effort for him to figure out any form of income. Now, that doesn't mean for the
But how's he getting his income?
But that's the thing. I don't care. I don't want to. Honestly, if he's not, and I don't know if he's committing crimes or not, but let's hope he's not, then I don't care. Because if he's figured out anything at a small scale, redemption, whatever it is. Now, in Basil's case, I happen to know, and I think Basil's been open about this, is that Wizard has ghosted him entirely. So Basil's isn't one of those people who's still getting paid back. But some people are. And I think that having him on would screw that up. But I totally agree with everybody's assessment here. You also, let's say he, even if he is paying people back, you don't want to give him open airtime per se.
Well, my concern would be if he's paying people back, who else is getting screwed? Like that's like just
legit. So that's a legitimate concern, right? But we don't know if that's necessarily the case, right? We don't know if that's necessarily, because we don't know if he's flipping watches. We don't know what the hell he's doing.
I mean, this is a lot of guesswork. I mean, out of that, the biggest thing that I took away, and JJ, it's a relevant question to you, is that in general, I think, like, if it was my choice and I don't run a stream, I wouldn't allow professionals on stream.
What do you mean professionals?
You wouldn't allow
just professionals. I wouldn't allow professionals on stream. It's like it's just too complicated. Like, you can't put a caveat against their business saying, like, this is not an endorsement of them. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you put them on stream, it sort of gets people comfortable with them, exposes your audience to them.
Right.
It's effectively an endorsement.
But the
even
people
when
want to
it's
see
not.
them. That's the thing. People want to.
No, I agree. But at the same
issue.
time, it's just too much of an issue.
Can I recommend something without in any way impinging on your own policy to run your own channel? I think, especially with Wizard, and this is just an idea, take it or leave it. If he is ever brought, I think you should make it something like, all super chats are going to go to pay.
You can't. I'll tell you why you can't.
Some part of the
once you
identified
monetarily
confirmed
involve yourself,
victims.
you become complicit. You can't. We already.
This is something that came up obviously when Wesley was on. People were going like, you're capitalizing on this and whatever. Like, you should take this money for the victims now. And I've spoken to some of the victims directly about, there were multiple ideas of how do we figure out how to take money in or provide discounts or things like that. Every single counsel that was involved and every single accountant pointed out like 25 things that was going to make that too complex and a liability, not to mention that everybody was going to be punished verbally for it anyway. It was just ugly when that was coming out. Now, that doesn't mean, there isn't a way to do it, but it's not at the scale of some of us, like, to be able to do it. The best idea I've heard to date as it pertains to Wizard is when the smoke hasn't cleared yet, unfortunately, right? There are active things going on that some, people don't want us to talk about, some victims don't want to talk about, and some other people don't want to talk about. When the smoke clears, providing a mechanism for the verified paper trail victims, Basil's, for example, being one of them. Basil's, I keep saying your name. I hope you can tell me to shut the fuck up if you don't want me to mention your name.
All good, man. All good.
Those people have the opportunity at least to acquire pieces in the future at cost, and the margins would somehow that they weren't paying would somehow make up, right? That's not a making them whole, but if they continue to be watch collectors, it's providing them a service, right? That's probably the best idea I've heard to date that people say is doable without strange complications in terms of accounting rules and all sorts of other things by the people who can do that. As opposed, there's also the option of, fuck a GoFundMe, and somebody wants to take the administrative duty on. Sure, somebody's welcome to do that. Nobody's willing to do that, and I understand why, because not all the victims have been as communicative or have kept the paper trail as well as, say, again, Basil's has. So that raises a whole nother problem. Fuck, man, I'm shocked that JJ asked. Like, I'm absolutely as.
Well, I asked
consider
because I know
JJ
other people are going to ask. Like, you have all the TPG.
No,
guys,
I
when
get
are you
it.
going to do something with,
dude,
you know?
I understand now in the context, but and again, I mean, this isn't a surprise. JJ's one of my friends, and I consider him a very close friend at this point in our, few-year journey. That caught me completely off guard that he even asked. But he's been completely open-minded. Like he tries to give the audience what they want. So this is the audience, actually. This is a good group to ask for that matter.
Well, that's what, I mean, look, if there's a solution to be had, I would like to try to find it. I don't know all the answers. A lot of times people come to you and think like you will know something that they don't, but you don't. So you're trying to figure it out just as much as they are. I just wanted to touch back on another thing with like Aussie Expat was saying about having professionals on. Do you mean just watch dealers or any profession, like a watchmaker or a watch company representative? See, like, where does the line? Because you got to have watch content, right? And if you just say, well, only pre-owned watch dealers, okay, well, what if a guy comes on and spooks, I don't know, Yema on Young Brando's channel, we'll use for an example, and he does a great interview, the guy. 20 people order watches, and they're shit. They're messed up. The guy don't want to honor him. Like, does that fall on Young Brando because he interviewed the guy and you gave him a place to talk about his watch? I mean, obviously, of course not, but there's going to be some weird, perception out there of, oh, well, he brought me to him, so you know what I mean? So you gotta.
I'm not. Yeah, I mean that sounds like a gray area, but maybe that's actually just a no. Like as in, you're just giving a platform for the brand to speak to you. I mean, they can do that on their own platform. Like why do they need?
I think this is why it's so important for the host of the show to be clear and to be objective. For example, if you have Yema on or whoever, whatever the brand is, and you talk about them, you got to talk about their shortcomings too with them, and those.
But that just doesn't happen in other industries in the same way. Like you don't just interview the maker, like say in tech. Like you don't see interviews of just Intel PR people on YouTube. You know what I mean? You review the damn, output that's going to the consumer. You don't ask the brand what they think of their own product.
But half the time those YouTube videos are bought and paid for advertisements.
Well, that's the thing. That's the other thing is that most of these things, like the people, we're not interviewing for the most part the watchmakers. Although when you're qualified to do so, say as Brando is, he does, and I certainly welcome that. I'd love to do that. But when you deal with things like the Nico Leonards or the Roman Sharps of the world, right? That's the same thing as the Ingram Micro sponsoring a show, in the tech space, or the reseller networks, Tiger Direct, and that happens all the time. The other thing that Aussie I think is missing in what you're saying is that you're ceding the whole narrative to the quote unquote professionals that only have one side of the story if the amateurs don't get in on the mix. And if you cede the whole narrative without talking to them and without having the conversations, then the amateurs and the collectors lose out. And the reason you see the whole narrative is once you decide that you won't play nice with them at all, then they effectively will crush you the whole way along the way because they have the marketing power to do so. It's very difficult, if you take a look at, say, the Twitch and video gaming space, it's very, very rare for somebody to strike lightning and fire. Whereas it is a hell of a lot easier for, I forget, like Bethesda behind Elder Scrolls, like, to control the narrative about their game for years on years on years. They're non-Skyrim games, right? The other ones that I forget what was the controversy on ESO or whatever it was. So I don't know that I want to cede the narrative to the professionals and their own channels. I actually want the opportunity to fucking challenge them, of which I think, by the way, I've seen Young Brando do, and I've done, and JJ has done.
If I may kind of, put my own 2 cents on this.
You mean on your show, if you can talk? If we'll let you speak on your own show? Brando, is that what you're saying?
I have been having a hard time. Sorry, man. I'm passive aggressive. It's just my nature.
Fantastic.
But I actually agree with Ozzy on this. The only dealer that I invite on my show is Eric Wind, because I actually endorse him 100%. Not 99, not 90, not sometimes, not with caveats, but fully.
Okay, so he's buying
Right.
it then.
But
No, I'm not talking about people selling out. I'm saying like
No, no,
it's
but I
not
know
really
he hasn't
possible
sold out. I know
to
Young Brando hasn't
not
sold out.
endorse someone that you have a friendly chat with an audience. Like, do what Brand is doing. It's like, I'm not going to have them on unless I'm 100% down with them.
That being said, when it comes to other forms of industry insiders, again, I'm not saying don't invite them, don't involve them in conversations, but carve out specific times and spaces for them, right? You know, if someone was in the chat, for example, now, just because they want to chime in, just because they want to appear on the screen, I don't know if I will want to let them on. But even if it's like the CEO of some, minor or mid-level brand, but if I can invite them, if I can ask my own questions without having to abide by questions that are fed to me, or questions that I have to make up from press releases, it's never going to be pay for play. I won't do an interview or generate content just because they are flying me into their manufacturer, or
Right.
to Sicily,
Well-
like Jacob and Co, for a week-long, all expenses paid, whatever. So, but then again, I'm not trying to grandstand. I don't think it's a moral high ground. It's just
Right.
the way I want to run my channel, because I think I'm more or less on the same frequency with Aussie, except I don't want to draw such a hard line when it comes to industry insiders of any kind. It can be an independent watchmaker, it can be the CEO of a major brand, it can be even their marketing executive or heritage director or whoever. As long as I get to ask my own questions and I'm not directed in any way, as long as they don't pay
Sure,
me
but
to
I mean-
appear on my channel,
Well, I would-
I'm gonna monetize
I agree.
that.
Brand reps
No-
are the weakest
no worries.
argument against what I suggested.
Well, I would push back as far as this though. There's one part that I think you guys are missing. I mean, I get what you're saying, and I also do my own questions. Nobody gives me a pre-list. I don't get paid by them for any type of promotion at all. These are people I want to interact with, and people want to hear from. But it's mainly not because they're watch dealers. There's one other component that maybe is not being brought to light, and it's that they are also very much in the mix as far as social media, huge influencers who are on these spaces that people are watching and want to hear from. Like, this is what people want. They want you to interview. Like, if I have a dealer on, right, let's say it's Nico or Roman, they have or Buckley, they have very big online presence, whether it's on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. So it's not like they're just some random like David SW who doesn't do any promo. And I'm just like, hey, come on, show me your inventory and spruik your watches. Like, that's kind of more of the sellout thing. And then if something happens to go wrong, it's like,
I actually disagree completely. I think those who have their own social platforms, let them do their own thing. Let them roll in their own mud. I mean,
yeah, but
those
everyone
are the ones
collabs.
that you don't need to.
But that's not how it goes.
at all.
Everybody collabs in the whole YouTube and social media space. Everyone does.
Yeah, but you are playing into the game that they are actually social media influencers and not businessmen. They are there to sell their watches, not to enlighten the community,
Sure,
not
but
to
hold on.
inform.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna and I'm gonna be, I think, Brando at this point. Like, you're not afraid to say what you're gonna say. I don't think any of us that I know on this panel are. Then by proxy, you're just benefiting from what you think is potentially, slightly unethical behavior, because you are dependent on, like, to a certain extent, having other people who do this also come and support your content. Like, you have taken the link, and we've talked about giving you the link and stuff like that. And it's beneficial. If we have a big show with like Roman Shelf or whatnot, you absolutely benefit from that. So,
Well, I mean, you wanna cut me off? You can do that tomorrow. I don't mind. You can't
But
use
that's
that
it's not
as
it's not an issue of
something to
minding.
hang
It's
over my
part of
head.
building. It's not an issue of minding. It's part of actually building the audiences. This is the way it works. Like if this is the complaint that I want. What I'm gonna say
And no, I
is
definitely
Ice
don't want to
Cube,
cut you
right?
off and giving you the link
Ice
just for the
Cube,
record.
right? So Ice Cube did
I
the
don't know.
three. He has the 3-on-3 basketball league, right? I think it's a 3-on-3 basketball league. You know what I'm talking about, Ice Cube? The 3-on-3 basketball league. Do you know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about?
I know
Yeah,
Ice Cube, but I don't know the 3-on-3.
Okay, so he has a basketball league that I think is 3-on-3. It's like a street hustle thing. And the NBA, instead of effectively, right, supporting something that was on the NBA offseason, had like no, Big Three, Basil's putting it, had like no direct competition with the NBA whatsoever, right? Went out of their way, according to Ice Cube's story, and I don't know like the background of it, to basically just try to crush and destroy the league, right? So I think there is like, if you don't try to have dialogue with these people, that's what the end result is going to be. And because
What
you're
is the
looking
end
at like the
result?
Nikos and Romans as like the professionals.
What is
in
the
this
end
case.
result going to be?
Like the
I don't
Rolexes, the at the very top dogs, like the Rolexes or the Audemars or the Vacherons are going to control, or in this case, Richemont or Swatch Group, they're the ones that will control the narrative. Not Roman or Nico. Like the ones that will control the narrative if we don't have those.
Are you saying the ends justify the means? Is that what?
No, I mean, it's not the ends justify the means. Well, in my case, when I keep saying controlling the narrative, I do want us to also have a say in the narrative.
Right. Well, that's the whole point, right? To make them answer your questions.
Yeah,
your
to say
concerns.
like, don't invite the professionals on. Then we never have a say in the narrative.
Right. And then that also.
So
helps
I'm not saying
hold on
like
one
with
second,
the
though, because what that does is, right, when you have these people on, it does build your sub count, right? And you do benefit from that. But in turn, it gives you a bigger platform to speak your truth. So if you're doing the right thing, you're gaining more influence to put more right into the world. That's how I see it anyway. I'm not saying we have to agree on it.
Do you think that's actually been the outcome?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
of course.
far?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the
With Wizard and TPG and
sure.
Ocean.
I mean,
absolutely.
Covering them and having more.
I mean, how many professionals left have to go bad before we decide maybe it wasn't so good?
But
I don't know what that
all
means.
right,
Wait,
hold on. Now
if
you
the
actually
cover-
added a different aspect to it.
Right. Yeah,
Nobody who had Stefano on, right, when Stefano in particular, forget CPG, Stefano in particular, when Stefano came on, like during COVID, he wasn't a watch dealer when he came on. He was like, what was he, JJ? He was an architect. He told everybody he was like an architect, but he still had his old side jewelry and stuff and could get people watches. But he wasn't a watch dealer. He never came on the purview of the shows as like Stefano Della Costa watch dealer, at least not JJ show, right? That became a thing over time as part of his scam. And he had no social media presence. There was no, like Frank and Honest said, it comes across as clout chasing. There was no benefit. This was just another dude we were chatting with, which is why his scam worked out so well, is because he was in the private WhatsApp groups and stuff. It wasn't a dealer thing. This wasn't Nico or Roman showing up, right, sort of thing. That was
I don't mean to say like the specific episodes where you invite a professional on the show. Those are a little less suspect than just having panelists that happen to be professionals.
Wait, say that again? Having professionals on the show is a little less suspect than having panelists that are professionals.
Yeah, as in like you're going to interview them in their capacity purely as a professional, and you're basically doing an interview at that point, and you're not sharing any quote unquote space with them. You're not engaging in looking at other watches. The stuff that
Well,
happens
what
on
we're
the channel.
doing now is what everyone is doing, right? Engaging in long format conversation, right? Which Joe Rogan made quite popular now. As far as traditional, I mean, I think you're seeing it through the lens of traditional ABC, CBS, main channel news interviews, sit down, question and answer, as opposed to long form conversation, which can be just as effective to get answers to questions, or at least try to get, an attempt to get answers to questions that, the collectors want to know, I think is more valuable than just casting them off to the side. Again, like I don't care if anyone.
Brando, do you mind pulling up Captain Kirk's comment here?
Sure, I can, but I do want to say again, I feel like being ambushed. First of all, I want to put that out there. I don't understand where this whole thing came from, and
Well, Aussie
why
Expat brought it up.
Why this turned into a town hall on the whole thing. But I do want to reiterate, I do not issue a moral judgment.
Sure, we
I
know
also
that.
don't. I also don't think of my platform as, you know, a vehicle of truth or anything. I feel that's a little too lofty. I collaborate with other channels on the basis of my general sense of their friendship and my own enjoyment of the content.
Same
So
here.
if that was a problem for me, it wouldn't have happened at any rate.
Right.
That doesn't mean I have to somehow co-sign everything that
Sure.
JJ does 100%.
But
And
what you're saying is exactly what I do. I get people on who I think I'd like and like to
Exactly.
interview, and I don't
So
co-sign
that's-
everything they say. So
and
I'm with you there.
JJ has his own standards of inviting guests on his show. I have my own standards. If
Mhm.
that doesn't reconcile, and that makes one side or another feel uncomfortable for whatever reason, no problem. I mean,
No,
that's
it's
that's
not about
never been-
uncomfortable.
I
I'm
never
challenging-
had more yeah, I never had the expectation, Ali. I told
No,
you.
I know
very
you had to,
simply,
dude. Do
you know,
not
I said
misunderstand me.
I'll turn it
I'm
on.
saying no.
But
I'm
wait.
not. Do not
I said
misunderstand me.
I'll turn it on, and you can link me whenever you want.
I know you
but no
never asked.
expectation.
You never asked. I'm not
So-
saying that this is a expectation. What I'm wondering is when you say that, like, because I'm now confused with what Aussie was saying in the first place, the interview versus the panel thing. When you say, like, yeah, you feel that is, you know, there are lines to be crossed, but like Eric Wind, you trust implicitly, or when Captain Kirk, when he's saying like Buckley, of course, Buckley's impetus was to get more people on his Gookum channel. He said that. He literally said that on the interview. Like,
Yeah.
but that didn't mean that we didn't get to ask him questions about 47th Street and get some insight into what's going on. In that particular case, he wasn't there for a scandal per se, right? Wesley was there for a scandal, and we asked him questions about PPP loans and he came back and we asked like the tough questions. And then Paul Thorpe, who is a professional, was on today, and you know what I asked him about, and I got tons of shit for, is what I thought he inferred that his son, like, he feels. He said it on air that he feels that like his duty, because of things that happen in his family name, once Digital Watch Walk comes out, he will have fulfilled his duty. He's referring to his son, which trolls in the chat constantly bring up all the time. All right, now I'm not going to get into this issue with his son. I asked him about his son. I'm not sitting there like, and I said on air when we talked about I don't know what their design is, but I laid out some problems or maybe some things they could be doing right. Right, like, but he's a regular panelist. I do the same damn thing with Nico. I did the same damn thing, and so does JJ with Rome.
And just to clear up for Captain Kirk, Buckley wasn't doing a circuit. Let me explain what happened for the people who don't know.
Yeah, that's true. That's
Right.
a little bit different.
I invited Buckley on through a mutual friend because I found him interesting and funny on TikTok, and I wanted to get his story about hustling through 47th Street and see his opinion on these social media dealers, right? As opposed to a guy who's hustling the street on 47th Street. They reached out to him because they saw my thumbnail 2 days before, and they tried to get him on the day before me to screw me, which I found out. And he disagreed to do that. He didn't agree to do that. He went on the next day after me, just to give them a chance, but not to steal the scoop. So he didn't do like a tour. I asked him. He didn't ask me. I asked him through a mutual friend, and the other channel saw I got him and got jealous, and they reached out to him immediately to get him on the very next day. So he didn't even plan on doing any YouTube exposure at all if it wasn't for me asking a friend. You know what I mean? And then them copying me. That's what happened. Just for
Yeah,
the
it's
record.
completely, yeah. So, but yeah, Brando, I'm not saying like what I brought it up is like, then where do we draw the line? I'm not saying you were doing. You're not you. I mean,
Dude,
never
you
asked for, like,
literally
this
you
one,
literally told me that you're leeching off something you consider.
That's not what I told you. I
unethical.
didn't say you were leeching. I said, aren't you
Hey,
doing the same thing by proxy?
Ali,
Hold on, don't put words in
Ali,
my mouth.
Ali, your tone was a certain way. My interpretation was you were implying.
No, I
that
think you're
was
just being
leaching.
extra sensitive here,
That
Brando.
may not have been the words that you have used, but that was the implication.
What he
and
said was,
I
if you're condemning what I'm doing, why would
I
you
didn't
then take
appreciate
the same
it.
audience?
I did not condemn it either. So if you want to abide by that standard of using the exact words to paraphrase what each other is saying, I didn't say I condemn JJ for bringing
you didn't.
CPG
You
and his
didn't. And again,
associates
and
to the
I'm
platform.
and when
So,
I'm taking a moment because I
again,
realize that you are upset, right? And I
yeah,
said
I am
before I
upset.
s- yeah, and even
Because
before I said
you
it,
literally said, like, that you want to have your cake and eat it too, whereas I was just simply saying, hey, everyone is welcome on this channel no matter what, but I have my
yeah,
standards.
but
You
sure. I
have
mean,
your
you
own.
said okay.
It's
Hold on.
fine.
You said the
You
same
said you
thing.
wouldn't let any
You
of
said
them
the
on.
same thing to me about like
Yeah.
the drama channels. Like that I had participated up until recently on like certain channels that you want nothing to do with. You offer that criticism to me as well. That's a fair criticism, right? You didn't withhold or whatever anything over that, and I'm not in a position, since none of these channels are mine, to withhold anything. But when I actively do try to actually help and promote, and then on the same Ozzy, should we? I don't know. I can't tell if he has headsets in.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, all right,
He's
yeah.
listening.
So like, yeah, I am gonna push back on that, right? So it's because it's a debate. I mean, I don't know. Anyway,
No, I mean
in any
you
case,
can push back, but
I've
don't try to hold something over my head. That's all I'm gonna say.
but okay. Dude, I came here long before there was ever. Actually, I didn't even know how links worked, right? Like, I've come here long before that on the panels because I enjoy being here. At every chance anybody talks about where I get watch knowledge from, your name comes up as one of 2 or 3 names consistently, right? So I have never at any given point been like, I'm not supporting Brando. And I certainly have not said you're leeching off of me, because I say over and over again that I come here and bring down your content, I pay for your content, and I learn some from you, right? I never use the word leeching. So, and if you are like offended by my tone, I'm offended by the words you chose.
Dude, you literally said you benefit from a practice that you consider unethical.
I said,
How
aren't you benefiting
else
by
do you
proxy?
rephrase that?
Well, I mean, it's
But
pretty self-explanatory. If
I'm
you
asking
think what
you
I'm doing
why-
is wrong, why would you even accept the link for it then? I think that's a
Did
fair
I-
question
did
to
I
ask
say,
you.
Did I say that it's wrong? I said it's not something that I would do on my channel.
Yeah, I mean, from
But you
my
would take them by
perspective, the way I
proxy to your
framed,
channel, right? I mean,
yeah, just to clarify,
What do you mean?
the way I framed what I said, like the way I was thinking about the whole situation is, if I had such a streaming platform, I would have a rule about no professionals. I wanted your opinion. I'm not trying to impose
No, of course not. You're not
my
trying to-
judgment.
I didn't think you were. I didn't think you were at
Yeah.
all. I
You
just
said
think
something
we were
different
saying,
the second time.
right.
I'm
I just think
confused
what we were
between-
saying is, like, obviously, I mean, I agreed with you. You have a certain standard and a certain criteria you like for your show, and I respect that. We'd run different shows and we could coexist and actually try to help each other, which I'd like to do because I like you and I like what you're doing. I definitely not trying to hold anything over your head. You've never asked me for anything ever. I mean, I do it because I want to see you do well, and I want to try to help you in any way I can. So don't take it as leeching. I never even thought of it as that at all. In any type of way. I think, just to say, like, well, you guys shouldn't benefit from these guys coming on, but being open to taking the link after they come on is,
Okay, well, I'm not. I mean, if you see it that way, I'm not open to taking
No.
the link.
I'm just
So,
asking. Okay,
that's
no problem.
fine.
Then when next time they're on, I won't send it to you. That's
Yeah,
all.
that's not
That's
the
no, that's
result.
no
Well,
issue.
that
like-
wasn't. No, that was
It's
not
the
result.
the whole idea that I am somehow, because you said this exactly now, you are taking them into your channel by proxy. I don't even know what that means, JJ.
It
So,
means if you're
I said
saying
the proxy stuff. not JJ.
well, if you're saying that for me to have
Oh,
them
JJ
on,
just said that,
Okay.
if you're saying you would never have these guys on, right? Because you don't like
and
what
I
they're
never
doing.
have.
Right, but the reason that all those people show up is to see those guys. So to then accept the fruits of that is a bit hypocritical, in my opinion.
If you think that's what I was doing, please feel free.
Well, no, I don't think it's what you do.
My
It's what you
show.
just said.
And in fact, I will just remove that privilege, so we will avoid the confusion.
Look, if you want to get self-conscious about it, that's fine. I mean, I don't understand.
I'm not getting.
I
No, you are.
I don't think
you're
it.
getting a
Ozzy on
little
something?
pissy
Ozzy, can I get a
about nothing,
clarification?
really. And Ali's done a lot to help you. So I don't know where you come off giving him such a hard time, but you know what? Good luck to you, pal.
I'm not giving.
Right.
Can I ask you to clarify, because I'm still confused between your first statement
Yeah,
and
go
your
ahead.
second statement. The first statement was if you were running a stream, you wouldn't have professionals on. But then when you made the second statement, it sounded like you were differentiating between an interview and a panelist, and I'm confused about that. I just want to make sure.
I don't mind clarifying. I think that my first statement is like that's the general idea, and then the second is the most extreme example, I think, where you can quote unquote put someone on the spot, like as someone points out, or maybe even you're trying to point out that you can have someone on your show that you disagree with, and you can interview them. I just don't think that's what happens when you have panelists, not like the subject of the stream, but just a panelist that happens to be a professional. I think that's very problematic, because you can't. It's very difficult to say that they're not being endorsed when they're on your side of the table, and that's what the audience sees. Do you get what I mean? Like, I'm not saying this is like hard line or anything.
So I get what you mean, but Young Brando, in Young Brando's case, he gave the Eric Wind example. He would never have Eric Wind on unless it was 100%. I think you said 100%, correct, Brando?
Yes.
Right. He would never have Eric Wind on unless it was 100% endorsement. Now, this is where things for me get really sketchy. We're saying because he's a professional. Okay. So one, and let's use Stefano as an example. Stefano wasn't a professional and then became one. So at what point do you and it was kind of an organic thing, although it was an organic scam, right? There's that one thing. That's
Right.
one. We have other people that are they may do private deals that go sour, and actually that has happened.
Right.
And they're panelists. Right. So again, that's a really, whether they're a professional or not, say a Roman Schaff or Nico Leonard or Paul Thorpe or, whatever, that's a really hard, like from my perspective, just general position to take, because we have a lot of peer-to-peer transactions as well. And some of them go south. I'm sorry, they do. I've seen
Just a short pause on that. Please hold your thoughts. Jeremy Butcher, who is also a member of the channel, for $12 is asking Basil, I was thinking of grabbing the blue Tissot, the side roll. Is the strap too long? I have really big wrists. Help a brother out. And Basil is saying on the last hole it would be about 8-inch. Is that what it is?
So would that fit you, Butcher? 8 inches? Not quite.
Usually factory straps, when I put them on, I end up on that very last hole, and it just never makes me feel real comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, in the pictures, it looks like it might be a little bit bigger, but I haven't seen one in person at an AD yet. So but to me, I think that blue is my like one of my favorite colors, right behind green, and I like that, the way they mold that blue into the carbon of the case, and that bright blue. I thought it would be, to me, I think it's a fantastic summer watch, and especially if you guys are, finding some good deals at 20-30% off. That would be a cool pickup. I like that kind of pillowcase style. Did I say that right, Brando? Is that or whatever they call that?
Cushion, pillow. If barrel is another word people use, whichever one you feel.
It looks like it would sit really comfortably on the wrist. And actually, the Hermes watch that you pulled up too looked like it was another one of those it would like some
Hermes,
watches.
your size wrist, the Hermes is going to sit like a square coin on your wrist. It's comfortable because it's a perfect 40 millimeter square with no lugs. But it's not it's not comfortable in the same sense as a Rolex with lugs is.
Gotcha. So I don't know. I saw those watches when they came out, and I like the flashy colorways for what I'm saying. I mean, the office I work at, when we do go to the office, I mean, more people are wearing stupid smartwatches with goofy faces and what I'm saying, like anime, screensavers, and what I'm saying, there's not I mean, we wear khaki pants and not khaki, but dress pants and polo shirts. So what I'm saying, for me, I could wear whatever watch I wanted, and so I can wear some of those fun watches and get away with it. So I'm always, especially for me, being the my addictive nature to things, things in that lower price point, I love to pick them up, wear them a while, and move them along. You know what I'm saying? It's just kind of a fun.
Yeah, you definitely want to get it. You definitely want to get it at 30% discount, because you're going to move it along and probably end up losing money on that watch.
Right. If I could.
Well, I'm just being honest.
It's being real. It's being real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Over time, they're gonna make more and more of them.
Ali, I wasn't trying to pivot. I just generally wanted to
and it's okay.
Super chat. So
no,
I wasn't pivoting.
I just thought we needed a break, and I really wanted to talk about this watch, and I'm like, hey,
and
you guys got the Ali,
that's totally cool.
And
that's
I'm like, hey, I like this watch. I want to know about the damn strap.
Yeah, no, that's totally cool. Yeah, that's totally cool.
Well, you could always wear it on a NATO.
No, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
You guys were talking about the uni, so I went and
you got the Unimatic on?
You got the uni with the NATO.
I still haven't seen a Unimatic. No, that's not true. I've seen one in person. I haven't seen many in person. I think I've seen just one in person.
And this is super comfortable. And of course, me, I do the NATOs underneath, so where all the strap stuff sits. So this just kind of feels like a buckle right here. And, to me, this watch is. I'm going to do the 30-day challenge with this one as well to see if I can.
How do you do that? You're basically pushing the watch to. Yeah. What are you doing there? I don't understand how you get all the fabric underneath your.
You want me to show you here?
Yeah.
It's. I had to. This strap is really stiff, so, but, normally on a NATO, you pull the two levers across. All right, let's see if I can get it off here. Normally you feed the second one through here to where it ends up, right there, right behind the watch. So I do it this way. I pull it out to where that fits right there, about halfway through the back of the case back. Okay, and then when you put it on, you put this part on your wrist, and this part goes underneath your wrist.
Yeah.
So you pull the thing. This strap is a little short, so I can't do it with my wrist. I have to stage it out. But so you literally would put it on this way. You know what I'm saying? You put your wrist
through that
in like that, almost like you were putting a bracelet watch on. Okay,
I get you.
And then you pull that tight, and then you feed the buckle through. This one's really stiff. You feed the buckle
not in front
through.
Of the camera anymore. We can't see.
Sorry.
Okay.
There you go. You feed the buckle through, and you just feed it, and then all of a sudden, all that stuff is underneath. So it takes a minute to fiddle with it, but it's super comfortable that way. And what I hate about NATOs is you get all that junk on the side. And for me, I I'm like, I always catch it on my desktop or whatever. And with that, it feels like you're wearing a bracelet. So
I think this would look handsome on a NATO. So
can you put a NATO on it?
Yeah. The it's actually, in fact, easily interchangeable as well. Like it takes It comes off pretty easily. You just need a generic
You need just generic bar to go in.
lock
Yeah.
pin or whatever. you
Yeah,
wanna
because
call it.
the strap that comes with it has a spring bar that's built into the strap with an easy release, quick release.
And they had some cool, fun colors too. Like you could get an orange and some other things that I was looking at that I thought was pretty cool.
I don't remember the color combinations. I do remember there was one color combination I kind of liked, but overall the watch is not for me per se. I am really happy though that they did push that watch in, like, again, the era PRX. So in any case, Basil's, we lost.
It's an awesome looking watch, that Citadel. Awesome looking watch. I was very surprised.
It's definitely a nice move from them, given where they were with the PRX, and they drew back to some interesting design elements and colors and shape too. Forgot. I mean, they touched all the things the PRX isn't in one watch.
Well, think about it this way.
What do you think of them announcing it with Teddy? Right. I mean, that YouTube video launched that watch. Am I misunderstanding what happened there?
It's the right demographic to announce it with.
Yeah.
It's interesting that it's not just announcing with Teddy. There's the informal thing that when you announce something with Teddy, you're also announcing with Courtney.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's
With
become
who?
like a power Courtney, Teddy's girlfriend,
Oh,
who has her own big YouTube presence and whatnot. And that's like almost a power couple of that preppy generation, like late college, post-collegiate, graduate school preppy generation, like early young professionals in certain cities, you know, going to the first charity events in their late 20s, early 30s. It's like that demographic. That's the Teddy Baldessari demographic.
Wait, who is his girlfriend?
Courtney Ryan, I think is her name.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. And
Yeah.
now I think it's fiance, I believe. I thought they
Beyonce,
are-
yeah. She
Yeah,
has her
I think
own
so.
like substantial YouTube
Yeah.
presence.
Yeah, she's more of the fashion fragrance, women's fashion fragrance space.
Yeah.
But she started, I mean, the closer, obviously, they rubbed off on each other. She started covering a lot more of the, what's up, Basil's? A lot more of the, if you're men, you should be wearing these accessories this way. So there's kind of it works out well, that co-branding.
Yeah, I think she did a whole video on wearing your NATO backwards.
I'm gonna do a video. That's gonna be like my first.
There
big,
you go. That's your first
my
video
first
for your
big
The
YouTube-
That's
Butcher
it.
channel.
You know,
Ali, I shared on my Discord that on my channel, YouTube says 100% of my viewers are male. Like it wasn't like 99.7. They do have that accuracy. Like there was one day I checked it was like 100%.
7
I-
and
I have never seen that. I mean, it was like
I've never seen it too. I
in its own regard.
was like 100%. Okay, all right,
That's just because you're
all
so
right,
cute.
guys.
So look,
No, I
Basil,
thought it was awesome. It was like
you got to measure.
Definitely bigger than 8, by the way. It's like probably like closer to 8.5. So just to give you an idea from the cone, it's like
the max. You mean the max?
down there. Yeah, for the max of the
Okay.
strap. So if it's on the last hole, it's probably like close to 8.25, 8.5.
What the
Just
hell
an
is that? You got
FYI.
a cup in your hand that you marked up? Or
Yeah,
this is, you
it's
bought
a
it?
sizing. It's for like watches and jewelries to have an idea of what your
That's so
band's at.
funny. I haven't
That's pretty
seen
awesome.
one of those
Hmm.
in, I don't know,
Amazing.
20 years. That's great.
It was like peanuts online. It's just like a pretty.
Every Japanese seller has one.
Yep.
I have my wrist measuring tool here that I keep right on my desk that I pulled right off the TISO website.
There you go.
Dude, I hate those things. I hate them for rings more than anything else because I did something with my significant other back in the day where I printed a whole bunch of those off of a couple of websites and they were all slightly different. And I'm like, you just need to go to the bloody jeweler and put stuff
And
put stuff in.
Frank and Honest has a very revolutionary suggestion. To be honest, should some of us change how we identify ourselves to help Ozzy with his channel's demographics?
No. Definitely don't do that. Like, I'm sure that if I monetize with 100% male, I'll get more money.
Actually,
Shit.
Yeah, no comment there.
I mean, he has just introduced a certain section in his Discord that depends on him preserving the sanctity of that all-male space. But look, I mean, I have to say, not that we should police any spaces like that, but if the modern urban landscape lacks one particular kind of space beyond cigar lounges, these kinds of things may well be one of the mostly male spaces that we have ever left, and gay bars, of course, but not all of us slant that way. So
yeah.
97.
And there's ladies that love watches, right? But it's just
and there's ladies
they won't
who love
spend
cigars
time
too. But
Yeah.
it's like they're always in a very small majority, and I minority. But I also don't know. Every time there's a group of ladies who comes to our cigar lounge here, it always becomes that conversation. Like so how is it when we are not here? I wish we were flies on the wall. We really want, and I never understand that. Like, I never wanted to be a fly on the wall in a waxing salon or mani padi place, nail place. I don't want to be there. I don't want to see it. I don't want to hear it. I want to be away.
I'm not going to say a damn thing right now.
Exactly.
I can say we have to refer to Robert Wood, our mani pedi and waxing specialist.
Robert, please hide your wood, Robert.
Yes, thank you. That's why you only see me from the chest up.
All right. Well, that escalated quickly.
Hey man, I've got a special new channel on the Discord just for that kind of sharing of content with bare naked chests and stuff like that. It's perfect. There's a lot of overlap between horology and flesh for some reason.
Horology and horology?
Yeah, exactly.
Horology. All right, it's hitting 1:55, almost 2 a.m. I'm going to sign off, gentlemen. You guys have a good night, and I will see you on another upcoming show.
Ali,
Always a pleasure, Ali.
Thank you for being
Lovely
here.
having Ali.
Thank you for the conversation and the disagreement too. Again, I don't want you to feel like you can't push against me, but I thought that was a very weighty allegation that I needed to face in that way. So you have my respect, but it is what it is. I don't work with ultimatums or that sort of being accused of hypocrisy or whatever else, benefiting from things I supposedly consider unethical, which I didn't. I actually prefaced the whole thing by saying, I'm not trying to moral grandstand here. It's just, this is the criteria that I have for my channel. And it just happens that, as much as I like Ozzy, he's not the co-sponsor of this channel. He used to co-pilot shows with me even more often. But yeah, he's free to speak his mind too. I just happen to agree more with him than
and I don't want to reopen the whole thing. I do want to say, as you said, you want to respond to certain things, weighty words. I did not, nor my position to provide an ultimatum, since I run none of these channels, right? I did not use the word hypocrisy. I was positing a counterpoint.
That was JJ before he jumped off.
Oh.
He said you are being hypocritical.
You're talking, but if you are addressing me on my way out, right, then I want to make sure that people don't get confused with that. I certainly,
Of course.
Those type of things are. I try to be precise in my language where possible. So I posited a question back. We disagree on it, and I just told frank and honest that I'll leave it at that at the moment. It's near 2 a.m. It would be generally about the time I would be leaving anyway, so I stayed on longer. Not longer, I should say, stayed on after the disagreement to a normal departure time. So I'm not, I'm not picking anything, and I'm, choosing to leave as, as I came in. So you gentlemen have a good evening. Basil, again, congratulations.
Thank you.
I forget the name of that one watch you have that you got to get rid of, but the rest of your collection has been solid. There's no bloody one watch, not the pizza watch either. The one that's like the
Aventi.
No, the Aventi, I don't even acknowledge you have it.
Actually.
Okay, yeah, I don't even acknowledge you have it. So, in any case, I still love your collection.
Thank you, man.
Robert, Butcher, Ozzy, and Brando, you guys have a good evening.
Take care.
We'll see you later, man.
See you, my friend.
Thank you so much, Ali, for joining, and thank you for the 5 gift memberships as well in chat.
I didn't expect people to be so defensive about my proposition.
Honestly,
I don't mean to read too much into it like you or that, but I mean, it was a lot more of a hot topic than I expected it to be, honestly.
I completely understand. I understand JJ's position. I respect it, and out of respect for him and his opinion of how I stand to gain from this, I just removed that privilege from my channel, so there is not going to be any confusion going forward. I benefit from the community that I work to build. If people end up coming to my channel by some mistake, they end up leaving almost immediately anyway. Like, every time someone links to my channel, it starts with 35, 40, whatever, and it takes about 15 seconds for that number to drop to 20. So no problem. If it drops to 5 tomorrow, I'll still be here. I'm happy. I cook with my own oil, so to speak. So no problems. And I think getting defensive might get a bad rep, but I think both JJ had the right to defend what he thinks is right, and so have I. So I think it's important to hash out this conversation. If it continues, I welcome it, but I don't think I have implied anything. And honestly, in the long term, I stand absolutely nothing to gain from the crowd that is taken by TPG and Paul Thorpe, Nico Leonard, Roman Sharf. They have their own universe. They are welcome to live there. They're never going to enter this space directly. If they're going to enter by proxy, and that somehow is a sense of discomfort, I don't want that to be. And I don't want that to hang over JJ's head either, because I'm going to talk my shit. And eventually there, if I have a little more subscriber count, that was going to become a problem anyways. So I guess it's good to nip things in the bud sometimes. That's okay.
I think it's just boundaries and, respecting them. And at the same time too, you should be prideful of your channel and what you do and what you put out. And yeah, it's just, you're going to everybody butts heads, best friends, anybody can butt heads. And it's just part of, like I was kind of saying in the chat, it's just part of being human. So, hopefully we can kind of work through some of those things, because I think
the same goes for JJ, by the way, just to make that absolutely clear, right? He has every right
both ways.
Yeah, he has every right to be proud and just
Sorry.
100% behind the kind of project that he has building on his channel, and it's been great for him. And that's it. He has my respect. We don't.
Yeah,
have
feel
to
like-
have
I
it.
think my comment was a little bit like in context of the last week or so, sort of more critical. I mean, I started off by saying that JJ and Ali had a great series of shows, and that's genuine. My caveat was really coming from the talk we had just done about talking about like, the Wizard. Like we're talking about the Wizard, should they bring it under stuff like that? And really going back to specifically the Wizard, there was a point at which if you had a rule about no professionals, he would no longer have been on the panels. And, there would have been less overlap in time where he was clearly ripping people off and being on the panels at the same time.
But for every
So-
Wizard, you have Eric Wind, so where do you,
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. So who have we had were people who've been shady? I mean, there's a lot of people that Ali referenced that are basically nameless. There's Wizard. There's, in my opinion, O'Sheen. Now, I don't mind people defending him or having a debate or not. Probably not on this channel. Then there's TPG, and no, TPG wasn't a regular or anything like that. But here's an example of using a platform and then scamming everyone. The only professionals who seem above board, for I'm saying for now, just as a way of phrasing it hypothetically, it was like Roman and Nico. So if they go bad, then like none of this professionals on panels has been ever a good thing at any point. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't take the majority of professionals have turned bad. Is what I'm saying.
I mean, circle jerks are fun, but sometimes it's nice to have a professional point of view on certain things. Just my opinion.
I don't doubt that I've been entertained, and I want to hear what they say. It's just dangerous. It's like my curiosity is less important than those victims out there. You know what I mean? My understanding is like you were hurt yourself as well.
Here's how I kind of sum it up. And this is two completely different references, but this is the way I feel about the two channels. Well, one is more like 60 Minutes or something like that. They have these sometimes inflammatory guests on the entertainment value of finding out the story behind the scenes and all that. And that's fine. But I think coming to like Young Brando's channel it's like coming to a professor's lecture or something like that. Completely different style, and I'm trying to think of the same relevant TV show, but I come expecting two different things, and I think that they're both relevant, and I think that as a viewer I like both things. Does that make sense?
Yes,
but
I do.
come to expect different things.
Should there, in your opinion, everyone on the panel, your opinion, should anything at all have been done to try and prevent another Wizard? There's no pump the brakes of anything at all based on what happened with Wizard.
I think Wizard's an amazing example of like who not to trust, to separate that entertainment to the friendship that you may have with communicating with somebody off air, and then just saying, you know what, I'm not seeing a storefront. I'm not seeing as far as like an established thing going on. I know Grandy could say TBG had that, but with the amount of red flags he put, it's about having those people that make themselves so exposed will start sending those red flags up early and often, and hopefully warn us, the viewer, to think twice, because Wizard is our example of what can happen when you get a little too chummy with somebody that is one of the guys, so to speak, that is in the guise of somebody that's going to help you, take care of you, get you deals, which did not work well.
And before all of this continues, I need to run because I got to work tomorrow. So you guys have a great night.
Take care, little guy.
Robert,
You bet,
always a
Robert.
pleasure.
Take care, Robert.
Pleasure.
We'll have to jam sometime.
later.
So nice to have you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Pleasure.
Bye, man.
But I mean, the wizard was
Ozzy, I want the
recommended
first
to me to do a deal. Like, he was recommended to me, like, you know, because of his involvement in the streams and stuff. Oh, you should contact the wizard. I'm like, really?
That happened to a lot of people.
But who was it that recommended him to you? Was it somebody that you?
I
trusted?
won't mention it. It's not. You know, they weren't. Yeah, I won't. I don't think it's relevant. Like, they were just doing their best. They just threw out the name of a dealer effectively. They thought he was trustworthy. I mean, and then it was up to me to judge. Like, I didn't take them that as a vetting, you know, but they just suggested it.
Yeah, so the wizard thing in particular, I actually I want to address the wizard thing in particular. So the chain of events, as I know them, and I have spent, for those who know what my former professional, life was, I have spent well over 150 hours in a professional capacity at my own cost trying to help with the fucking wizard situation. So the chain of events, from him being a casual person who kind of got off into this idea that he was being endorsed, the number of victims along the way that, in some cases, I would say they didn't realize they were victims yet. They kind of bought into the scam, right? They didn't share it with anybody. Then when they finally did share it with people, and in some cases they shared it with higher, what they consider higher profile people that may be able to do something about it, which in general, that usually means like hosts of shows, right? And those hosts may be JJ, or people perceived me in some cases as a host because I spent a lot of time on some of these channels. So they came to me. Then the question was, okay, what do you want us to do about it? Because we absolutely will torch him. They'd be like, well, like, he's kind of working on paying me back, so I don't want to torch him. Right. So then there was this whole thing where people who were victims didn't want to actually be involved because, and since they never talked to each other, then it became an issue of, once they came to say, if they came, let's say there was 5 people they went to, okay? At some point, there was some overlap, and eventually 2 people went to the same person. And then behind the scenes, we start talking about, wait, like, there may be a problem here. Okay, so then what do you do? So the first thing in a lot of cases is you want to give the person the benefit of the doubt, right? And you want to go to, say, the wizard and say, hey, explain what's going on. So as this is going on, and then in parallel, there's a whole other world that turns out, in the case of the wizard, that there are 2 victims that are victims to the tune of 6 figures, right? That are saying nothing to anybody for whatever reason. That's their decision until much, much later in the game, right? So when the scope of the problem seems to be a few $1,000s between a couple people, you're like, okay, there's many ways that we can set this right, even if there was, and you provide more of a benefit of the doubt. When the scope suddenly becomes, I think at one point we were up at about 530,000, and that still may be under the total amount, right? Then you're like, okay, this isn't right. This isn't even just bad business practice. There was something completely like wrong here. But the timeline, Ozzy, that this was going on from the point of the first people starting to say that they were experiencing a problem to it becoming a story was approaching 11 months before the first people finally said, I'm willing to talk about it on air.
Right.
Okay? So then the problem with the on-air problem is, privately, people started tipping people off that maybe you want to do some more due diligence. But he was successfully completing deals. Now the question is, as you kind of inferred about where he's making his money, successfully completing deals is the robbing Peter to pay Paul situation. So you can suspect that, but you can't make that accusation. Then there's this whole other fucking complexity which came out, which is then certain people that were victims in a lot of cases, as many of these grifts go, just like the Wesley grift with TPG, they had a couple of successful dealings with him ahead of time. Then they immediately became concerned about where their last watches came from. Then these people, which have different varying levels of financial means, are like, is somebody going to take my watch away? Because I don't know if this was a watch that he was doing on, say, Wizard was doing on consignment with somebody else, and he gave it to me to fulfill his duty, but he didn't pay that other person. So if it becomes a criminal matter, do they come claw back my watch? And claw back is the term used in these type of things. This got super fucking complex. Then people came forward, including, publicly, like Roman Chuff and other people, said, we're going to help make this right, without understanding what that meant. And I said on air, Roman never should have fucking said that. Right? Because you don't understand you don't actually understand where this goes. But they did. Roman assigned Marco, and they've talked about this on air, so I want to be clear, I'm not speaking for Roman or Marco. They've said this on air, on JJ's channel, and on Archie's channel. They took information in from Wizard, and it was incomplete. They provided specific bulleted information that they wanted, and he provided more information that was incomplete. Okay. Then he continued to add and try to complete the information. They then asked professionals, including me, right? Or people who have a professional experience, or certain people in professional capacity, what is your opinion on this information that was provided? Everybody provided back that opinion, and the conclusion was, as they've noted on air, it's incomplete, and we can't do anything with it. Now, then it got more complex. Whereas Basil's, for example, and I said it earlier, I'm going to say it again, was very thorough in his recounting and paper trail when asked, and was willing to do that. Not all the victims were. And some of the victims had reason not to be by their by their own personal standards, so to speak, right? And I can't judge them for that. Right.
It's normal. It's normal. Like, most people in that situation react the way they did. So it's not like you have a whole bunch of people that are acting abnormally. No, it's actually normal under those circumstances. Any kind of scam, especially a scam where the perpetrator is able to maintain this sort of gray area for them.
Yeah. So this was. It became and then. And I've said this on air, so again, I'm not saying something that isn't right. Some people potentially, and not necessarily knowingly, in ignorance or naivety, used various financial instruments, right, to execute their deals with TPG or the Wizard or some other people, right, that then they felt that they had accidentally exposed themselves to something actually, like, more serious, and they became scared, right? So this just became endlessly complex, and the number of people involved, which I know firsthand, that have nothing to do with Wizard, JJ, Roman, the number of comments the number of conversations various people have had about compartmentalizing exposure to people. I've even said, fuck it. Like, some accountant tell me, like, if I put $10,000, $20,000, or $50,000 in, I was never a victim, anything with Wizard. I just want it to fucking go away, because there were a couple people that their lives, like family relationships, were seriously damaged by the Wizard. And I like these people. Just let me give them money up until the tax limit for fucking gifts. Right. In the meantime, because he was on the streams, people then, and this is, I think, why, at least in my case, I became somewhat offended when Wizard was brought into this, when they talk about it as a professional. In the meantime, people said, just because he was on the streams, you endorsed him. And, like, you legitimized him. And that's a hard fucking line for me to swallow, because of the sheer volume of the number of damn streams, and you can't have guests and know everything about the guests ahead of time. Right? You just can't. And you don't know where this is necessarily going to go. And Stefano didn't come on as a dealer. Right, and certainly, like, when he sent Roman, and I actually sympathize with Roman.
Right.
Roman gets
so
a bunch of gifts,
I agree with you. Yeah. I let me not cut you off, but
go ahead.
Let's make sure. Like, I agree with. So I don't lay blame retrospectively, but what I'm saying is, going forward, the only conclusion I could make to try and prevent another Stefano is saying professionals are not allowed. And there was a point at which you would be willing to say that you call, well, not you personally, definitely not you personally, but people referred to Stefano as a dealer. So there's no, I don't think there's any sort of like gray area at some point. It's like, was there a black and white area where you knew he was definitely scamming, you should call him out now and stuff like that? No, that you, as you've explained, that was more complicated. It's less complicated to say there was a point at which you knew people were effectively referring to him as a professional.
Sure. And I'm going to use the example I asked Buckley about last night, and I asked Paul.
Can I also say one thing before we switch to something else? I think, Ozzy, the reason that sparked the fire is because there is another channel who had that whole shtick as their platform, right? And in fact, if that were an issue, they would have been just as guilty, if not more, about it. But they were basically saying, JJ's channel provided them a platform, and that's what basically allowed people to get scammed. So that's why that issue was particularly touchy. But
they refer to it as a cartel, and it's not just one channel. Sheen O'Malley turned it into this whole thing of the cartel. Right?
But I mean, I'm gonna actually turn it around on him and people like him as well, because on the one hand, again, we are looking forward, right? Ozzy's perspective wasn't about blaming anyone, JJ or anyone else, for what had already happened, but how can we avoid this? But what I understand and what I completely agree with Ali is this particular problem where it's, forget about Wizard in particular, but with some people in the community, it's really hard to delineate whether they are collectors, flippers, investors, or dealers.
Yeah.
I mean, Oshin is like, beyond all his nastiness, he is the example on the almost tail end of the spectrum, where to me, he's worse than a dealer, because a dealer announces himself. He is a professional. He holds, like Dave was saying, oftentimes they have a storefront. They have some sort of recognizability. They are involved in certain networks, and they have the accountability, at least the minimal accountability that goes with that. These kinds of people don't have any of that. And those deals go south just as often, if not more. So it's very hard for that reason, it's hard to announce like a universal dictum to say, hey, we cannot allow anyone to deal watches through our platforms. I mean,
right. No, I agree. I agree that while the rule sounds, how would you say, simple, in reality, application is very complicated. I remember there was a really good sort of like thought experiment about why these kinds of things are actually complicated, why rules are complicated, and that was idea around, here's a rule: no vehicles allowed in the park. And then it says, so if an airplane flies over the park, is that in the park? Is it, if someone comes in, is a skateboarder? It is very, very complicated. But thankfully, we have people who own these platforms, these streams, and it's their discretion that is ultimately the arbiter of all things, right? So, and that's why I was also prefaced my position as like, if I owned a thing, the only thing I have the imagination for is to say, I'm not going to allow professionals on. And, that's going to be down to my understanding of whether or not you're a professional, and it's not.
Yeah, and to your point about the moving forward, things were done immediately, like in the private chat channels and stuff. Immediately, people started saying, please, we don't care who you are, please don't advertise. So even in the case of, say, Marco Ferrante, who is a dear friend and has been with JJ for much longer than even I know Marco, and I like Marco quite a bit, he doesn't get to post in JJ's watch channel that he is selling X, Y, or Z watch. If people ask, if people ask Marco, can you get me this watch? They can move the conversation offline, and we're okay with that, right? But like, when people were doing things like, I'm interested in this watch, do you think this is a good deal? And somebody would respond, and in some cases, way back in the day, it was Stefano, before he was removed from all these groups, from our group, before the other big group, for that matter, right? We would chime in like, hey, we don't want you to do that here. Like when there was some, so that did evolve. But then when it happened and the whole cartel fucking conspiracy came up, one of the only ways to help preserve, from my perspective at least, I'm not speaking for JJ, I want to be very clear, I cannot speak for JJ, it is his platform, but from my perspective, one of the only ways to preserve the community that had been built was to actually engage with the people that were most accused and that we had suddenly been lumped with, including me. Just the other freaking day, some random guy that I've never even heard of said I was a watch dealer. Like, that's fucking me. Right? So engaging with Paul and Nico was my friend and still is my friend well before any of this stuff, right? But I didn't know Paul. I still don't know Roman, still haven't met him. Like, I mean, I met him obviously on there sort of thing. But engaging with him was one of the only ways to actually survive the bloody onslaught. Because having them on air explaining there's no relationship was also important. Then because naturally of who they are, suddenly people ask questions. So having them back because people ask the questions is also important. Right? Now, I have said, speaking for myself, because I have done business with some of these companies, I've been very specific. I will say I vouch for Marco Ferrante, Luxury Bazaar, specifically Marco. I don't care if Adrian or Roman call me. I don't know them. Right? That's my choice. I'm very specific. And for Nico specifically, Pride and Pinion has wonderful people. I know a couple of them, but I don't know them as well as I know Nico. Right? Sort of thing. So I'm very, very specific, as young Brando was, say Eric Wind. Right? But engaging with them was like, at that juncture, was almost like an existential matter. But generally speaking, like Robert Punkenhofer, actually he was also on Brando's channel, but talking to Monica and Robert Punkenhofer, having these other professionals is like, in some cases, the only way to bloody learn about these brands, right? And in other cases, whether I do like Right Time and Monica, I bought tons of watches, or I tell people if you want to cast your G-Shock, like I've had plenty of great experiences with Monica, right? And by all means, like many friends have bought watches from them. Actually talking with them, also to a large extent, they're like us. They're professionals, like in their own space. So they're also humans. It just turns out that some humans, like TPG and Wizard, and any number of other ones I've seen on some of these dealer chats, are pieces of shit. Right? But like, you're a technologist, right? If you happen to be on a panel and they turn towards technology, which is what happened to me, by the way, with Paul Thorpe today, completely coincidentally, I'm sorry, I don't see a problem with that. If it becomes your only thing you ever do, then yeah, I do see a problem with that. If you're just a show that is interviewing one professional after another, I actually see a problem with that. But like JJ's show, up until this controversy, like, and it's all around this one controversy, how many times have we had panels with the professionals versus how many shows we've done? And I'm saying we in this case because I've been on a lot of them, but ultimately, again, it's JJ's platform.
Right.
Very few. Right.
I mean, I like JJ's show. I'm not a religious viewer, so I couldn't give you any thumb in the wind percentages of how many times I've seen one with panelists who happens to also be a professional or something like that. So I really don't know. Again, I was only looking at sort of like
show. That's true. That I'm saying, because of what's happened recently with controversies, as of late, it's been like every show.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear the background and some of the measures that you do. Like if they are a professional, that they're not allowed to, really spruik that or something like that. So, just the world of like scams and stuff like that is like. Right.
Just to clarify, the world of private group, we're careful about that. On the show, we say it like, "Hey, you can drop your link here, but we may or may not be endorsing you." Like Vucom, right? Buckley was on, right? And we said, "Hey, you want to we'll drop your link for you." Like, we know nothing about your group. Like, we're not endorsing them, but we'll let you drop your link because you use your time to come here to talk about it, right? But like in the case of Wesley, this is actually a fantastic example from my perspective. Wesley, there's a question: was Wesley a professional? Because he was involved with CPG. Right. So I spent 3 fucking days, because I'm in semi-retirement or I'm a loser. Take your pick. I spent 3 days digging through Reddit and finding Reddit people that were willing to talk to me about what they had found with Wesley, and then looking at documents that were available publicly to come to a conclusion of, did I believe at least 80% of the story before even letting him on air?
Mhm.
That was, and because JJ asked me if I would do it, and I said I would only do it if I can verify some of what's going on. And then there's no guarantee I'm going to be polite about it. I'm going to ask questions that I want to ask. JJ was already there. He was like, I don't like this guy's come to me. I'm not right. And that's, that's what happened. JJ didn't seek this out. They came to JJ. Right. So that's, and Roman has said he's coming to JJ because he can trust the platform. Now you can look at that one of two ways. Some people choose to look at that as that, well, he can trust the platform because he's part of the cartel and JJ will never be challenging. I would argue that the on-air evidence of that is there's proof that that's not true with on-air evidence, right? But the Wesley thing was like, that was complex, dude.
Yeah, it is. I saw the comments, and your questioning was very, very good. As I said, when I came on today, like first statement out is like commendations for the shows and the line of questionings, especially yourself. So I 100% appreciate that. So I wasn't trying to undo that statement or how we say.
No, I know you
imply that I was disingenuous about my praise just because I think there are problems with having professionals on the show. It's just that 90% of the time it's going to be good, or maybe higher than that in terms of percentage. It's just that low percentage where you are part of the story, it's just kind of ick. You know what I mean? Like for my taste, like I can't make the 95% wash out the ick part of it. But that's a personal thing.
It's horrible. But as Brando actually referenced, at least in this particular case, the becoming part of the ick wasn't a choice. There was no involvement, and some particular streamers decided to manufacture the involvement in a cartel and made it part of the thing. And it's actually the last thing on this.
Oh yeah, I was only referring to like mainly the Wizard, like being on the same show, and it's sort of like,
dude,
he built it. Like, go ahead.
Everybody I know, including, and again, I can't speak for JJ, but I can speak for things that he said to me. Everybody I know wishes they would have handled various parts of that differently. But like, I'm not. Like I said, I've spent at least 150 hours on this. Like it's talking to a ton of different people. This got so fucking stupid complex. I had grown men crying like, I can't, like my family can't find out about this. I can't talk about this. Like so fuck. Like, what do you do? Right? There was just so many different like complexities in that bloody well.
That's an interesting statement of itself, because the Wizard thing seemed of a certain size. Do you get the feeling that TPG's scale of victims was much higher than the Wizard?
Because TPG came out and he said he was $5 million in debt. We actually I was one of the people who said he's not $5 million in debt. It's probably closer between like $1 and $2 million. He's saying it's $5 million as part of a marketing stunt. So in 30 days, when he somehow works it off, he says, I'm a million, I worked out $5 million. Well, it turns out he provided some information. Enough of it could be corroborated, right, by multiple third parties, including multiple victims, that you got to a number that was above 3 million. Of the corroboration. Then if you assume that since there were no lies with the amount that was corroborated, the rest of the numbers were fairly accurate, you got close to 4 million. So nobody could ever get to quite 5 million. But you're talking a scale of 10x. Now, more importantly than the scale of 10x is that, at least from the complexity standpoint, is that you're dealing with significantly more states and significantly more countries, and you're dealing with a bunch of dealer networks. Whereas, as far as we could tell, there was literally one dealer that Stefano owed money to in the robbing Peter to pay Paul thing. He was doing the rest of it between private citizens, which is uglier, but it also makes it harder to do anything with, and certainly harder for places to swallow money because they're not making profits elsewhere. Right? It's not part of the amortizing business risk. Yeah, but TPG's victim stack at a minimum is looking to be at least 8 times as much as Wizards, but more likely 10 times.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Right. And so, yeah. But again, like, Wesley, who was a victim, I feel really shitty for him. I still laugh, and I've said it on air like multiple times, including I think once when he put up his wrist, he said, "Oh, this this two-tone sub is like a cheap watch," and he's dealing with finances at a different level than other people are, right? Because that could be somebody's Grail, like lifetime Grail watch, right?
Yeah, for sure.
So,
yeah. I didn't really you're right. I didn't really understand the numbers he's playing around with, honestly. Yeah.
So the last
like I'm not a poor guy, but it still didn't really make that much sense to be fooling around with that many watches as a shits and giggles side hustle, sort of not hustle thing. I don't quite understand.
I think JJ may have left, but he left his OCD behind. We're playing like card shuffle here right now with Brando. He's trying to make sure we're all looking at each other's icons, right? The last thing I want to say is a question you answered earlier, and I answered it emphatically, but we didn't get into it. When you said, well, do you think it made a difference? Yes, on a personal level, again, not being the owner of JJ's platform, I know it made a difference because there was no alternative voice at scale. And when JJ decided, and I was there when the decision was made, he was willing to take these guests that, again, came to him, Ozzy. He didn't go chase them. The subscriber count, the number of views and hours versus the alternative messaging, the balance shifted overnight in a dramatic fashion. Okay. And the number of people that suddenly came and contacted, I have no idea how many people contacted JJ. I just know how many people freaking DM me through IG that came forward with documentation and evidence and questions to save themselves from trouble, or are saying like, I didn't know that this was going on. What about this guy or the other guy? Was
that's fantastic.
Right. So my IG, which I'm not going to share my thing, but when you go into your messages, it's scrolling pages of new messages that's me, and I'm not the primary contact for the channel. And I know JJ got a bunch, and we spend our time answering every one of these as best we can and putting them in contact with the right people. And in some cases, they're TPG victims. In at least 2 cases, there's unknown Wizard victims.
Yeah.
Right. That are, finding out about this because they didn't even know there were channels talking about Wizard or TPG. And in the other cases, they're like, I'm in this chat or that chat. Is this reputable? And we can't, in those cases, for my answer is, dude, I have no idea. I'm sorry. I just don't know. Right.
That's fantastic.
So I do firmly believe it made a difference.
Sam Davidson, for sure. It'd be great if, you could get a more ordinary victim. Honestly. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of a little bit hard to sympathize and relate to Wesley a little bit, just a little bit.
Sure, but TPG victims is tough. But we had multiple Stefano victims, like regular victims, right?
Yeah.
Stuff. Sam Davidson, 5 pounds.
Yeah, you can read it, Ali.
Is the Wizard in prison, or is he facing legal ramifications for his actions? The Wizard is not in prison. We are not lawyers, and to my knowledge, there is no criminal charges. This is largely still a civil matter, at least in the case of the Wizard, whereas some people have surmised with TPG, it is definitely a criminal matter. Again, we're not lawyers, and those people who are surmising aren't either. Legal ramifications, yes, there are at least 2 legal actions in play that Wizard has either direct or adjacent exposure to, since in one of them, I am maybe asked to provide some sort of deposition or testimony. I can't really talk about that one, and the other one I just don't know enough about, other than it is ongoing. Now, TPG is a whole nother story. Like, I don't know enough about that one, but if you believe Buckley or Wesley, the number of detectives and people that reached out to me, I haven't corroborated every one of the stories, but there are a lot of people that at least I know that are in law enforcement from multiple states that reached out to a lot of people. So I don't know. That doesn't mean it's gone criminal. They could just be interesting YouTube people that are police officers for all I know. But
Well, I mean,
I thought the tax angle was far more likely to land someone in prison than this stuff.
There is, I don't know. I mean, there's a wire fraud angle, which I think is far more likely in terms of prison time, because the tax angle here is a small percentage of the total amount, right? Because there's many different ways to book accounting rules for sales taxes,
Right.
income taxes, and stuff like that. And then if you take a look at what TPG did, and Buckley said this best last night, is when you take a look at, if you basically factor in losses, right? There's a million different ways to factor in business losses if you've been leasing Ferraris and Lamborghinis and all sorts of other stuff to the point
Yeah,
where you don't own any.
Yeah, I talked to people about that. They say, "Oh, the IRS going to have a field day and stuff like that." It's like, really? Because I mean, it sounds like the business has been run into the ground. You don't pay taxes on losses, so I don't.
Exactly, right. And all those, that lifestyle stuff, gets booked, and there's plenty of ways it goes wrong. But also the taxes angle is an extremely long. I think Kent just said it. Kent Daigle, it's an extremely long game, right? It's significantly different than, say, wire fraud, in terms of the evidence chain and the process associated with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh my gosh, that's interesting. Scams are just like part of, like, if I'm an engineer, a lot of the engineering has revolved around scams and scallywag stuff, in terms of trying to prevent it and trying to head it off at the pass. Like, I may have mentioned on the channels, like, I used to be involved in capital markets, like, London Stock Exchange and Swiss Stock Exchange, but it was from how do you say, a regulatory compliance perspective, where we're trying to find people doing bad stuff. So yeah, I've always been fascinated.
It's interesting in TPG's case, if you take a look at just his public streams, and to the credit of Reddit, Watch Nicholas, and Curly, they did this for years. It's interesting to watch that certain things on his streams that he actually framed as inconveniences, like banking problems, probably weren't. They were probably security measures going, like, no, something fucking wrong here, right? Then eventually it got into these strange private transactions, and then he's come forward and said, I'm a sex addict, I'm an alcoholic, I have gambling addiction, whatever, which God knows if there's, madams involved, if there's bookies involved, any number of other things. It's really freaking weird if you think about it back, that all these strange things that turned into show drama of, like, we're growing so fast it became a bank error, very well could have been actual legitimate fraud response that should have been acted upon, and we watched it unfold in real time on YouTube.
The biggest red flag to me, and it never made any sense, was in Vegas, like, betting everything on black at, like, hundreds of thousands, like, you got up to, like, over $100,000 on black. I'm just like, I don't understand. What is that bag? Is that your personal money? That company money that you're gambling? I don't understand what the hell I'm looking at.
Yeah, and nobody actually, and to date, nobody understood, like, and some people say that was actually, like, coordinated with a casino as, like, a publicity stunt, and I keep saying there's no way a casino would be involved in that. Zero chance.
I'm not sure if they would need something like that. On the one hand, gambling reaches just about everywhere, right? That's one of the debates that are raging in the live streaming space right now, since one of the biggest platforms, the new ones anyways, or one of the emergent platforms, I should say, is really propped up by gambling money. I still don't.
Oh man, streaming and gambling? Yeah, that's mind blowing. Like,
I don't think a casino would need TPG in that sort of random act as a sponsor. But the thing is, I wanted to say this earlier, in an age where some are trying to persecute, like, hip hop artists, rappers, on through their verses. When you say we saw this unfold on YouTube, it's actually yes, for the worse, if you think in hindsight, or how did we miss it?
Yeah, sure.
For the better, it's also recorded for posterity. So if there are any criminal charges brought against these kinds of people, everything is recorded. It's there.
And then the channels that disappeared have been preserved. If they weren't preserved through eDiscovery, they were preserved by intrepid, individuals and stuff, right? But I mean, Ozzy, again, and I don't feel bad per se that it unfolded on anybody's channel, because the question was positive here. But it is the whole idea, and that's why I asked you to clarify the professionals thing. The whole idea to me is odd, because I don't see that anybody would have been able to prevent what happened because of and maybe unique circumstances, I don't know. During COVID, the way it did with Stefano in particular, and I don't see how we could have made it any better without the professionals that actually gave us guidance. So some of the things Buckley, I don't know if you saw the Buckley interview, but Buckley actually talked about how they do business to business deals and what they expect from each other. Okay. So Buckley said this on air, but some of the people that actually helped me and JJ and a couple other people understand what we were looking at when we were trying to help frame this for law enforcement to gain interest in the Wizard situation, right? They were the professionals that had been on air, and they spent a lot of their own time, and in some cases they paid their accountants to spend time with us to explain to us how they do the credit checks, the valid stuff, the memos, how all this stuff works, how they compartmentalize, they deal with taxes, yada yada yada. So the same professionals that maybe we give informal endorsements to by having on air are the same reason that for however far we've gotten with some recovery, we got. They've been part of the solution as well. Right. And I just don't see how it happens otherwise. Now that I understand what you said with your clarification, because initially I was really confused. I'm like, why the hell? And I used Robert Punkenhofer as an example when I brought it up earlier, because Young Brando had Punkenhofer on. It's like, what's the harm in that? We're just interviewing a guy who resurrected a watch brand. Why wouldn't we do that? Right. So now that I understand what you're saying as the panelist and as kind of a regular community member, yes, things have changed. But I don't know that. First of all, I don't think Roman or any of these big scale guys are going to say, hey, can I come in your WhatsApp group, JG's WhatsApp group, and advertise watches? I don't think that's ever happening. Right? They have their massive platforms, as Brando pointed out. So I don't know that that's the same scale. I don't know that if any other small person came in, it would go the same way that it went with Wizard. I mean, I'm confident it wouldn't, because some people have tried, right? But having the big people on the shows, I think, is incredibly useful. And in some cases, also incredibly educational. And in almost all cases, extremely fucking funny. Right? So
I don't. There's no disingenuousness about my praise of the shows. I just think Bernie Madoff, right? Everybody thought he was the top of the industry, unimpeachable, basically, right? Just, and you know what? One of the biggest funds in the industry, used by all very reputable people, it was completely a joke, and it almost always was.
But what you said was interesting earlier. You said when somebody, I think it was Basil, said for every TPG or every Wizard, there's a reputable dealer. I forget who Basil's gave as the example. You said, well, no, there isn't. And this is actually an interesting thing, because I think I would say that for every scam artist, there is a reputable dealer. At least the ratio, I think, is far in favor of reputable dealers and scam artists. I think where we get confused is that there's a difference between scam artists and bad business people. There are a million backpack dealers that aren't scam artists that are risky to get involved with because they have bad business, they have no business experience or practice. And there is a difference.
That's fair.
Right. Well, I talked about it before, the fact that, it's a Ponzi scheme with the consignment, stuff like that. It's like you can turn a functioning business into a Ponzi scheme by just lack of attention for like a day on a very specific part of your business. And it's like separating accounts and making sure, like you allow your operating costs to start eating into the money that's supposed to go into customers and stuff like that. So you can turn it into indistinguishable from just straight up Ponzi, basically. And so I know what you're getting at, but I'm not sure as a customer anyone cares about that difference.
No, you're right. Nobody cares, and we see that in the chats all the time. But this is like the same reason you don't care about trolls. Is that a troll and a sufficiently ignorant customer are also indistinguishable, just like a criminal and somebody who's inept, right? And that actually, I said this about Wizard. There was a long period of time where I said, kind of a warning to everybody: let's be very careful, because we could be dealing with a severely inept businessman until we know otherwise. And in a lot of cases, as you just mentioned with the Ponzi, that's exactly what happens, right? They become indistinguishable, right? So, I don't know. I think that first of all, my first point, which is I don't want only professionals controlling the narrative, because I actually believe that is still the most important thing to me, because I actually believe that from at least the markets that I was in technology. Okay. And that's where the Marcus Brownlees and stuff like that became super, Linus Tech Tips and stuff became super important in consumer electronics. And at the higher end, I think that what happened was that the Gartners and the Forresters of the world became completely complicit with the professionals, and we were fucked, right, at the very high end of the technology sector. So I actually do believe that we need that ability to interact with the professionals so they don't control the whole narrative. Then you clarified your position, and then obviously, Brando and I and JJ and Brando, and we have that separate disagreement, or that is obviously as a spawn. But but then you brought up Wizard, and Wizard thing. This one on a personal level hurts me because it's taken away from my family. I've become involved in something that I was not a victim, nor did I have any benefit or business influence or whatever. And nobody has once, other than like Bezos and a couple of the victims, have stopped and said, "Oh, fucking thank you," as opposed to, well, you're on these streams, you're a dickhead for being on these streams, and you're exploiting this stuff for money. Like, I don't get money. Like, what the fuck? Right? I pay. Like, and this is well known. I'm one of the only people on. I don't know. Like, I'm one of the only people on JJ's top tier. I pay to be on JJ's show. I pay to be on Brando's show. Not literally. Like, they don't charge me to be on their show. But it's like I don't make money from any of this at all. Not even close.
You're a great supporter,
right? So it's like the whole thing has become, and then to be just looped in and actually called a watch dealer the other day, which was hilarious, but still, like, it's messed up. I don't know. I'm talking about it, but I fundamentally disagree. But the way you clarified it later, especially like moving forward in panelists, it's at least worth considering what the implications of that are. Because Eric Wind to Brando, I think Brando, who says he explicitly will vouch for him. I highly doubt that Brando's ever seen his books or knows what goes on in his household. So there's only so far you can go in validating, right? I would say, without having any of the exposure, that I would explicitly vouch for Eric Wind because Brando does. Right? So that's me vouching by proxy because I trust young Brando's particular judgment in this case. Now, I would say in the case of, well, no, sorry, go ahead. You're having like,
yeah, I mean, because I think that does open the door to some sort of chain that I think is ultimately a little, a little shaky. I mean, in the sense that you should always trust your own judgment at the at the heart of it. But more importantly, yes, I do understand that you might take a certain direction from a friend or whose judgment you trust, and then of course you still do your homework to a certain extent, right? I wouldn't want to open the door to say, hey man, if he endorses them, I endorse them too. I feel like that's a little, that's a little too much. And yes, I mean, I don't have to see Eric.
Well, I hope. Okay, I may have misspoke. What I was trying to say was that because you like vouch for them 100%, I feel 100% comfortable with them.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not like I say go to Eric Wind or Menta all the time, but I encourage like people make their own purchasing decisions. But like I would not hesitate to buy from Menta because of what Marcos told me about Menta. I would not hesitate to buy from Eric Wind because of what I've heard from multiple people, but most importantly, what I've heard from Young Brando about Eric
Okay,
Wind.
good. I feel more comfortable about
Right.
that.
So that's what I'm trying to say. And if I clumsily said it a little bit differently, I apologize. But so for me, again, like Nico specifically at Pride and Pinion, Marco specifically at Luxury Bazaar, right? Monica specifically at Right Time. Right, I want them on my panels as much as possible. Paul Thorpe doesn't kind of count; he's not a watch dealer. And even today, when Paul Thorpe was on Digital Watch Vault, I was very clear. I said multiple times, I have no idea what they're doing, but I find it odd that some of the criticism is coming from people that clearly also have no idea what they're doing. Right, and at least I know that what GDPR is and what the California consumer and Massachusetts consumer laws are, and I know how blockchain works, and I know where blockchain is relevant or not. And in this case, it's kind of a it's blinky lights. It's not really relevant in this case, right?
Yeah.
There, and I understand the difference between red teams and kind of paper tiger assessments and the ISO 27001 compliance and versus SOC 1s 2s. I know those things, so until I see the evidence in terms of service and I ask Paul, I'm not going to say it's good or bad. But what I will say is that people that are criticizing Digital Watch Vault and think that what Richmond does or Chubb does or what Hodinkee does is any different or out of their damn mind. Like in terms of the gathering of information. If they think that these
I'm only cursorily knowledgeable about what Paul Thorpe is claiming to be doing, and even in my best estimation of what could be done on blockchain with watches, it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, I've talked to other people about it, about contracts and using blockchain to. Oh, I think I've lost you guys. Hold on.
No, well, we can hear you. No, yeah,
Okay.
layer one chains and layer
But
two
it's kind of irrelevant because possession is just
guys,
so valuable.
Let me read this because it does also refer to our discussion as well. Jake Brooks, also a member of the channel, $4.99. Who do you trust most, Watchbox or NYC Guy? I don't know NYC Guy, so I would say Watchbox. But then again, what Watchbox is trustworthy because, in a way, as Americans say it, they're too big to fail. Right, it's hard for them not to take accountability for some genuine screw up that they make. I have also dealt with them, not that should reflect somehow on how you deal with them, but they are all quite amenable to negotiation, even though they will tell you, I mean, not kindly go away if you genuinely lowball them, but they're quite open to negotiation as well, which some of the emergent dealers somehow see themselves above that. I always found that absurd. So that corporate face, the fact that they have pumped so much money, so much investment in every sense of the word in establishing this global image, forces them to live up to a certain standards that might for certain watches come at a premium in the short term. It also comes depending on how much they get that watch for, sometimes as a great deal. In the long term, I'm always suspicious of these kinds of huge corporate entities because they snap up so many examples of so many brands that they have the power now to speculate on the entire market. So that's an important
they can
question.
price
But
that too.
Right. But it's a separate question also, right? Whether my personal business or your personal business and withholding that will do anything to stop that, That's not what I'm implying, but that's my discomfort with Watchbox, right? They have so much influence on the FP Jaune market, the Lange market, the De Bethune market, which is a brand that they own in the first place. So I'm shaky about that. How can Eric Wind get 100%? I think 100% is knowing them. I know Eric. I know Charlie, who is his main business associate. Seeing books and accounts. I respect your standard, Jake. But for me, to endorse someone whom I know personally, whom I know professionally, in the sense that I know their stock, I know what they curate, I know what standards they have, I can endorse that. But if for you that is going into their accounts and actually auditing their books, I respect that. I wouldn't know what to do with that anyway. So you shouldn't trust my judgment about saying, hey, I trust, what brand can I give? I trust Nike 100%, and I think they will own, the sports gear market for the next 2 decades to come. Because because they seem to be crushing it, right? Don't trust my judgment when it comes to that. So are you taking off or something? Is that
I am taking off. I'm taking off. I'll catch you all on the next one. I'll probably be listening a little bit as I doze off.
this is by the way, again, I wrote this down, but this is Basil's new watch on the right, the Tissot side roll with the new forged carbon case on the
Yes.
yellow band and yellow accents, and the one on the left is the vintage inspiration. So, and he is saying good night.
Hi, Basil. It's always a pleasure, sir.
Lovely talking to you, man.
And thank you for your service, Basil, because you made a big sacrifice, as far as I understand, coming on tonight. Yes, I mean, long story short, I'm not an accountant to begin with. So if I saw their books, I wouldn't know what to make of it. So I am vouching for Eric Wind through my horological knowledge, not through my knowledge of their finances. I mean, that would be an absurd suggestion anyways.
Well, and think of it this way. You said something about a company being too big to fail. Look at Sears. I mean, gosh, Kmart. I mean, some of these people were powerhouses in industry for a very long time and are crumbles or in shams. I mean, the markets will change, buying patterns will change, styles and tastes will change, and while I appreciate JB the wanting to get to 100%. I think I'm with you. Some saying I could be like, hey, I would recommend. So, for example, just in the watch industry, I can recommend Steve over at Drennan Jewelry in Independence, Missouri, because of the relationship I've had with him. Would I say I'd go trust him with absolutely everything? No. But would I trust him in the purchase of a watch and feel like that he would treat you fairly? Yes. And so I think as long as you keep it in context, would I say, hey, go drop $500,000 worth of watches off and let them sell them for you on consignment? No, probably wouldn't say that, but I probably wouldn't give you that advice for really much of anything. I would say if you can sign with somebody, make sure it's super trusted and you have a contract and be very specific. Or literally, there's so many different ways and platforms for you to find the end buyer yourself. So,
and by the way, Jeremy, that's a very good point. The watch business is at that level anyways, at the level that Watchbox does it, is pretty newly fangled. And you're right, it might just be a fad. But again, I'm hoping that nothing that I say on this channel is understood as truth, the word of whatever divinity you believe in, and has some sort of eternal currency. Like you said, it has to be kept in context. But right now, with what they invested in it, Watchbox would rank for me ahead of whoever NYC guy is. With Eric Wind, I just don't know many people through my own experience and knowledge who are knowledgeable and ethical at that level. Like the kind of standards that he puts on himself. The most recent example is Scott Carpenter's tribute to astronauts, Speedmaster, that he had, right? So that was because Wally Schirra sold for so much. That watch was presumably more than $1 million worth, but he held it back. He had it to sell on consignment from the Carpenter family. He held it back until the auctions unfolded, because there were a few other examples of the tribute to astronauts that went on the market, and they sold for much less than Wally Schirra's. I guess people thought, these things were perhaps more rare than they were thought, that they were perhaps lost to the ages. Not many would come to the market. And ultimately, even if he had buyers, Eric didn't want to sell it for $1 million because he knows himself that he would be accountable to that person. How is he going to explain himself to that person, after 2 or 3 of watches from that badge are sold at a fraction of it? Yes, they may not have belonged to Scott Carpenter, but they would have belonged to, they belonged to some of the other astronauts in the Apollo mission. So, the guy has standards. He could have easily made the bank there and said F off to the person who bought it. You bought it. That was the market then. What do a lot of gray market dealers say? That was yesterday's price. Eric Wind could have said that and walked away with about, $750,000. He did not, because it's Eric.
Yeah,
that's
and
it.
I think with Eric too, very very few times do you find somebody that over and over and over in the industry has a reputation like his, and it's not just you that says great things about Eric. There's lots of people that are in that vintage game, and then.
So Jeremy, though, let's to the question that Jay asked, Watchbox or NYC guy. So NYC guy, in this case, I'm just going to use the example of John Buckley. Okay, he's NYC guy, 47th Street, John Buckley, right? I have done business dealings with Watchbox, and the reason I haven't done one since is my last one over in AP went sour. The problem with that was that the way it went sour, I had to uncover, and because they are corporate, I expected to a certain extent that it would be like dealing with Target or like dealing with Walmart. It would just be, I'm just going to get a refund. It would be over. But this is, as I think Brandon just used the term newfangled, right? This is kind of a newfangled market. Didn't really work out that way, right? It was kind of like, oh, we're sorry about that, but it's actually really okay. And it's like, no, don't tell me what's okay. I just want to be like done and out of this, right?
Yeah.
Buckley, on the other hand, not only does he say it, but again, as part of kind of the due diligence, we found many people who agree with it. If somebody's even slightly has a concern, he's like, send it back. I'm giving you a full refund. Because his approach is his reputation has to be perfect for what he is doing, especially since he's dealing with, in a lot of cases, parts like dials and stuff like that. So a whole nother type of thing. So it varies. And when I got cut off, there was a nice big lightning bolt strike, and we lost internet for a minute. The 100%, I use the term 100%, right? When I said it because Brando said 100%. I didn't actually, this is just colloquialism between human beings. I didn't actually think Brando was saying 100%, like quite literally. This is the same thing of like, well, I feel totally comfortable walking into Publix and getting groceries like every day, 100%. That doesn't mean if you walk into Publix, there's a 0% chance you're going to get spoiled groceries. That doesn't mean that Eric Wind, there isn't a possibility that Eric Wind, it turns out that he has a closet Pokemon habit and he's blowing your watch money on Pokemon cards. I don't know. That's a possibility. I don't think Brando's saying that like he's audited Eric Wind at a molecular level, right? When he says 100%, it's kind of colloquialism, right? He trusts the man's judgment. He trusts the man's business practices. He trusts the man's reputation. He trusts the time that he has spent with the man one-on-one. He trusts the handshake. Like, that's what 100% means to humans. That's reasonable, right? Because if he really did trust him 100%, when I said, and I, spoke clumsily and I said 100%, if it really was 100%, he would have been like, oh yeah, this chain is solid because my 100% is so unshakable, right? Yeah. He still said, no, you should do your own due diligence, which is the right thing.
Of course. And also, Ali, the thing is, Eric is also old school in the way you described, Buckley, right? Because old school watch dealers, no matter how trustworthy they may or may not be otherwise, they usually have that one principle. You don't like it, just bring it back. I don't want your money. It can be that sort of passive aggressive mood as well, right? You don't like it, just send it back. I have your money ready to wire back. That's it. And that's important too. It might at the end still leave a sour taste in some customers' mouth, and I understand that, but certainly it's much better than being stuck with a watch that you don't like, that the dealer already resents you for because you have basically told them in not so many words that I've done business with you and I'm not happy with it. So that's about the worst thing that can happen with Eric Wind, and I think that's just great. If you're not happy with it, they always take a return.
I used to, so I I love collectibles, and watches is my newest fascination. But for a long time, I really collected vintage guitars, vintage, and I was really into some neo vintage stuff too for a while. And I got to be really close with a dealer friend of mine in Topeka, Kansas, of all places. But actually, he travels. There's a big show circuit of watch dealers, of guitar dealers that get together all over the country and buy and sell and trade. But one of his favorite lines, if people weren't happy or whatever, he would be like, "Maybe this is not the guitar for you." And I could see Buckley saying that to somebody. "This isn't this watch for you. Just give it back." I could totally see him saying that same thing, but it's the same principle. It's like, you're not worth the hassle of trying to make you happy over something you're not happy about already. Let's just cancel the deal. I'll give you money, give me the merchandise back, and we'll move along, because especially in the used market, no two used things are identical. Condition, everything has some variance. And if you want something that's pristine and brand new, you got to go buy a brand new freaking watch. And used, especially in that vintage, there's always something. And if something's not happy, there's always somebody else to buy it. Just be done with it.
Yeah, and it is like, again, I said Target is kind of an example because we're not dealing with retail. This really is newfangled. Right. It's not as well understood as the gold market, and it's a lot harder than the gold market because you can test gold and weigh gold by the gram and all sorts of things that aren't really an option with kind of the watch market either. So even the jewelry market is less muddy, and the ability to test things mobily, like if you are a B2B dealer, Daniel Jewelry down in South Florida that made my Miami Cuban Link chain and a couple other pieces of jewelry that I have.
It's beautiful.
It was really funny when they kind of went over like how they used to go do business deal to deal, and now they take their nice spectrometer and they go and they validate that this is gold and what carat, like exactly. It's like really rapid, and this is many grams. We don't have that option in the watch space at all.
Right. I saw like a series of comments about like why can't the manufacturer just say what was actually real or not real. It's like that worked really well for Omega for like 6 months, like however long the archives get, whatever they call it.
It almost killed Panerai like entirely. right?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So-
really? I don't know about that scam. That got another scandal.
all
Is
the
that?
fake Panarais.
Yeah, much
Oh
older
my
scandal, but like
God.
the sheer volume of fake Panerais that we're getting through Panerais network.
And actually,
Wow.
that was a huge Jose Perez discovery slash
As
expose.
well. Wow.
He noticed that they posted a Chinese-made fake on their own Instagram account.
Right. Well, that's pretty recent. But I mean, are we saying he discovered that they were also selling through
Yeah, I think he
fakes
was
through their
I think
ADs?
he was like a kid when the first scandal broke out. I don't think you mean that.
No, the people always made fake Panerais,
Yeah,
sometimes intentionally as homage projects, sometimes to, take advantage of someone who doesn't know. But more recently, Panerai literally posted a picture of one of the fakes on their Instagram. That doesn't, I mean, look, that tells you a lot, and that is to stay away from a lot of the contemporary product. That doesn't necessarily tell you that they would sell you fakes at their official point of sales, but then again, it doesn't necessarily inspire confidence either.
Well, so what I'm referring to specifically is that in the 90s and then all the way into the early 2000s, there were series of Panerai when it became to the level of prominence from Sylvester Stallone's film Cliffhanger, whatever the hell it was, right? The number of fakes that hit the New York street scene that then worked their way into actual jewelers, that then worked their way into the repair network and weren't identified as fakes.
Oh,
Yeah, that's true.
Right,
That's true.
and that's what I'm referring to specifically, Ozzy, is that almost killed Panerai. Period. That like you could take a fake because they were at a movement based, knockoffs. They
right.
could go through a full service and come back to you. Right, like it was that bad for us for a period of time, which was like 3 years. It wasn't like a very short period of time. It was a few years that Panerai struggled with this, and all to a certain extent didn't seem to care. Actually, that was the perception, right? And I don't know. Like I can't say I know anybody behind the closed doors if they really cared or not.
Nasty.
Nasty, vicious, vinyl.
Yeah. So it's I came back. It's almost 3:15. For my part of the conflict, I find it very unfortunate that there was a bit of a conflict earlier. I think as far Ozzy, again, I want to be really clear. I wasn't at all. You clarified what you said. I wasn't particularly offended by what you said. I was offended, and then in turn, I did offend Brando, obviously, and then another third party, right? I was confused by what you said, actually, and you clarified, right? So for my part of what transpired, I'm sorry. It is what it is. I can't undo it.
No, there's no.
Brando,
I mean, there's no. You don't even need to say sorry. I mean, I'm not. I'm not fazed by it. It's not. Again, I think it all boils down to the simple thing, and that's why it got to me. I didn't ask for anything. I didn't ask for a link. I'm happy that people who frequent this channel come to this channel out of their own accord. If they want to participate, if they want to contribute in some way, that's great. But I've never, how I broke off from Archieverse. So that is in fact my alpha and omega. I do not want to be beholden to any other channel, no matter how much I might like them or not. For link ups, subscribers, live stream viewers, I do not care. I didn't ask for it. So please, no one call me, a hypocrite, benefiting from unethical practices by proxy, which is not my wording anyways. I did not say that anyone was being unethical. In terms of the hosts of the channels, I didn't say that for JJ. I didn't say that for you. You know,
No, that's fine. And I don't
I'm
think you
not
said
offended,
that.
and
Right.
I'm not like, you know, I'm also sorry, but you know, I was responding to your tone and, you know, to JJ's tone as well, which seemed to escalate until he just went, which is fine. Again, I don't consider that, you know, I don't consider that a slight, because sometimes conversations might get uncomfortable. You might not have the time. You might have other priorities, or you just don't want to deal with it. It's completely fine.
Right, and my understanding is that he's in the East Coast, so it's already pretty late. So I mean,
Oh yeah, but I mean, like,
I
you know,
don't.
he just left like that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, no, we
So
that's-
and that's fine. Again, I don't consider that a slight or anything. It's, I mean, to me, it's all fine. It's just I removed the link up, so there's no confusion in the future.
No, but what I said again,
no discussion
that's not my
necessary.
channel. I couldn't add the link in if I wanted to. I actually don't know how that stuff works. Not my channel, but I'm not speaking to that. I'm speaking specifically to myself when I said I explained to Ozzy that I became offended, not because Ozzy confused me. I became offended from Young Brando, and because Frank and Honest is in the chat, and he said, and this is why, right? I want to explain what this is.
Right.
I'm not saying I'm right. I'm explaining why I was offended. Okay, I'm not trying to say I'm right. Okay. If you go to somebody's house voluntarily, even though you didn't ask for an invite, and they have spent time trying to make sure that you are well taken care of because they like you, right? Genuinely like you, to then hear that there's a question of how you earned and set your table in the house that you've been invited into doesn't feel good, and potentially could be rude or interpreted as rude. So in Frank and Honest's case, the last word he put there is, I don't think he's saying that JJ, or in this case, I'm speaking for myself, I lack integrity, but that's sure what it felt like. That once again, and now completely different audience, was suggesting that because at various points in this strange COVID to now post-COVID, or hopefully post-COVID journey, depending on what part of the world and who your politicians are, right? We were exposed to Stefano that once again, it's our fault. That's what it felt like again.
No,
right?
I mean, that wasn't, you know, again, I've not made that suggestion. And again, I'm not, you know, if my audience says that, I appreciate it. You know, if they consider me a person of integrity, I appreciate it. I try my best, but again,
you are.
I'm
not
said,
doubting it. You're a person of integrity.
The first thing that I said, again, even by broaching the question, I said I'm not trying to do moral grandstanding. I have my own standards. I have my own criteria. So does JJ, and that's completely fine. What I mean, again, you know, it's and I think it's very simple. I could basically, but I don't want to, you know, turn this into a rhetorical game or a language game. I could turn that same analogy onto you, Ali Reza, because this happens to be my house. This happens to be my table. And
I offended you, and I said I did.
Exactly. So I felt like, you know, I was being ambushed from all sides for something that I didn't even sign up to. You know, I mean, to hell with the link. I really didn't want anything to do with it. I actually told you exactly, I do not want it. That's the first thing I said. So for me to say that, for me to begrudgingly open the door to that kind of collaboration, and tend to be put on the spot on my own show when I'm hosting a friend's unboxing to respond to, you know, whether I am being hypocritical by getting the link, which has hosted a TPG accomplice, or rather associate. Sorry, I don't want to give it a criminal whatever. It just felt like a weird conversation to come up in any context. I know it will come back to, but Ozzy said this. I mean, I just thought it was unwelcome, right? So
Yeah.
I responded to it from that perspective. But again, for me, it's not something that I want to drag on, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah,
Michael's
I'm sorry.
quite
Like,
clear,
as
and so
you
is-
knew from my
so is JJ's, so it's fine.
yeah, I'm sorry. As you knew from like my follow-up explanation, it really was only a looking forward thing, and I was just picking your brains about what kind of things you did do, and you explained yourself very well. I wasn't needling or anything like that.
No, I think again, Brando had the opportunity to explain why he felt he was under attack. I want to explain why, speaking for me,
Hmm.
I was offended, and we disagree. Yeah. We both clearly still disagree. I don't think there's any. I mean, I think there's no reason necessarily. We don't have to come to an agreement. That's fair. That's what it is. But yeah, and the reason I came back was, since I've been on and I saw Frank and Honest's name, I wanted to bring it back up because it was part of, a question he said earlier that I wanted to kind of address. I gave that analogy, and that's the reason for that question. But I came back on because of the Stefano thing, because that one in particular, fucking A, I'm sorry. People think they know what's happened there. They have no fucking idea what actually happened there. It's they have no damn idea how, and that's one of the reasons why the TPG thing to me is fascinating, because that's at a scale of 10x. So it has to be at least twice as complex at a financial scale of 10x, if not significantly more than that. Right? And that's going to get really fucking weird.
What's been disappointing out of some of this is we do have a lot of information that has happened on stream, but there hasn't been good efforts to compile it down into timelines and to really present a case in video form, what happened, you know what I mean?
Okay, so you're right, there hasn't been, because I think that there's no incentive for people to necessarily do that unless they're in law enforcement. So the people that have followed the whole thing have done it for their own, that's how they chose to make a living, right? Or in some cases, the Reddit, whatever. So the people who put the most work in were the Watch Nicholases, the Curlys of the world, and Curly has no financial incentive whatsoever. He just enjoys doing it, and the people on Reddit. Right now, here's one of the things that's annoying as ever loving hell. Many people, and I know this firsthand from the past week of looking into this, have documents and email chains and phone numbers and case numbers where they took things to the police in various counties and various locales, and those people didn't do a damn thing about it, which is their profession. Now, I can't blame them in all cases why they didn't do anything about it, because the Stefano situation, there is a financial crime fusion center that deals with financial crimes between Canada and the US. They basically told me firsthand, this doesn't even come close to the scale of the type of cases we're accepting right now because of the number of complaints we get. Right. And TPG, frankly, on a state-by-state basis, probably falls into the same thing on a deal-by-deal basis. That's what makes Wesley so damn compelling, because Wesley's a single $1 million plus case, whereas most of the things are 4 or 5 digits. Right now, that's where the initial assessment.
And then a lot of old people get scammed out of that for nothing.
Exactly.
At all every day.
Nothing can come of that, right? It's just the way that law enforcement resources and how these things work out. So, this, to me, how it unfolds is going to be fascinating, and I also think we can't rule out that it's going to unfold with bookies, madams, and all sorts of other interesting criminal elements based on TPG's own admissions and on-camera stuff. And I think that's going to make it even more bizarrely strange.
Yeah. Well, I hate to cut everybody off.
Let's put a pin on this conversation. I'm closing the show at any rate. Jeremy, thank you for being here.
I appreciate it.
Earlier, Basil's, of course, everyone who has joined and help us unbox Basil's new Tissot side roll in yellow. And
that piece was nice. That was really nice.
Yeah, I really liked it as well. It was, once again, this was
Is that
the
the
peak.
pronunciation of it?
I don't
I
know.
thought it was side rail.
Side RAL. Yeah. So here's what we.
Oh, Citadel. I don't know. Okay.
Several.
Yeah.
This is the new one. This is the vintage inspiration from 1971. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your support. The super chats from Neo, Jeremy Butcher, Jake Brooks, the Butcher again, Sam Davidson, and JB again. I really appreciate it. And earlier, Ali gifted 5 memberships, which I really appreciate. And thank you for the conversation. Please don't forget to hit the like button on the way out. And we'll see you on the next one. Thank you so much.